It seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV. But where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely? Lucky there's a Family Guy. Lucky there's a man who positively can do all the things that make us laugh and cry. He's on the Family Guy. Boom.
Testing the microphone. 1, 2, 3. So far seems pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, it looks pretty good on my end. Let me adjust the mic a bit here. Okay. Okay then. Felix Haas is in the chat. Hello, Felix. I love this opener. Yeah, I got the Family Guy intro stuck in my head now. Because I... Family Guy. And SGD. Oh, there's SGD. Putting the Inglewood Book 2 link in the chat. Nice job, SGD. Okay. Let's turn down this intro. Alright. Intro is done. So now let me turn on the sweet jazz music. Let's see. I'm gonna turn up the jazz music a bit. Let's try 35. There we go. Okay. Alright, okay. So, here we are. Let me undeafen myself so we can hear everyone else.
You're a liar!
How are you guys doing?
Hey, Genghis.
Hey. So how are you guys doing?
Good. Good. I'm a little bit tired. Just a lot of a lot of good stuff, but you know, energy draining stuff happens today.
Okay.
I got my head stuck in a helmet.
Oh yeah, that was the thing that happened. Was that part of your Kamen Rider's cosplay, or was it something else?
Cyber smoke from Mortal Kombat. The classic skin. But then, you know, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna make it. Uh-oh.
Felix Haas is singing the praises of Inglewood in the chat. Yeah, it's a pretty damn good book. Go check it out. I love...
Yeah!
Okay. So, So here's something interesting that's happening. So today well, after I built Wing Zero, yeah, I like Gunpla now. That's a rabbit hole now that I'm in. I welcome it with open arms. But
oh, wait till you get to builder parts.
Builder parts?
Add-ons like weapon add-ons, shields, extra bits. Yeah,
okay.
You want to make custom stuff.
I'm not really too big into custom stuff, so. I like Gunpla now. So throughout this stream, I'm gonna be. Hold on. Ooh, excuse me. Let me just say dinner. Throughout the stream, I'm gonna be assembling this guy while we talk about our 2 cents on various subjects. And knowing how long it took me to build Wing Zero, I'm probably not gonna finish it during this stream. So once we're done with talking about our 2 cents, this stream is over. And then immediately afterwards, I'm just gonna do a Gunpla building stream, cause fuck it, why not? Cause I like this hobby now. So yeah. So as always, we got our cast here. We got we got Comet. Well, he's now a Laughing Sales Comet. We got Not, SGD, Ninjato, and Nick. And we're gonna be talking about some various subjects today. Some little big brain, and some of it is just your typical reviews of stuff. Actually, let me turn the music down a little bit now. It's getting a little loud. Let's try 20. Let's try 20 for now. Okay. Now, you're probably wondering, based on the intro and also the thumbnail for this video, for the stream, it's like, so you guys are talking about Black Widow, but you have a Family Guy intro? What's up with that? Well, it's because we are going to be talking about stuff like that, based on those discussions based around those two things. So yeah. So but we also got some games to talk about, and manga, and Dune, because yeah. So Comet, Comet's covering The Laughing Salesman, and then SGD's covering God Eater, and Jato's covering Crossbone Gundam, Not's covering Dune, and then Nick's covering the Family Guy stuff, and I'm covering what's related to Black Widow. So my order would be, we start off with something kind of lighthearted, and then as we go on, we get into the more discussion-based stuff, and then we ended off with something more fun again. How does that sound?
Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So who wants to go first?
I don't mind to go first unless someone else want to go first.
No, I'm a bit exhausted right now, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll start with Comet then.
Okay, The Laughing Salesman. Now I'll be mainly I've watched a few episodes of the old anime and most of the newer anime. So, but overall, The Laughing Salesman is so like the Well, essentially, the plot is this: it's about this. We don't know what this guy is. He looks human. It's about this salesman who had this like short little salesman that had this wide, trustworthy smile on his face. I mean, look at that thumbnail. Isn't that a smile you can trust?
No. It's a little off-putting to my taste, but
He looks like someone you'd find in a repressed memory.
So, like it tells the story. Okay, yeah. So it tells the story of a salesman named Makuro Fukuzo, which is, from what I understand, is roughly translated as to Black Morning, as in MOURNING. Whose job is to help people fill the gaps in their soul. In reality, he often ruins the lives of his clients if they do not follow his instructions, his strict instructions, or if they betray his trust.
Oh, that's a shame.
So, pretty much in a society filled with people who struggle through their lives or never achieve their goals. Their stories and pretty much in the series is focused on individuals who meet a shadowy and anonymous salesman called Bukuzo, the Laughing Salesman. I'm just gonna call him the Laughing Salesman, who promises to fill your empty soul, quote unquote, and give them a better life if they follow his advice or agree to his conditions. However, once Murgo clients begin to enjoy their fruits of their labor of their new life, they often breach their conditions, betray his trust, or deny they receive assistance at all. When this invariably happens, due to their avarice, aid against them, with their lives.
Oh no! Why are we having connection issues now?
Client, sorry.
No, that's fine. Come on, why are we having connection issues now?
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
He's pretty much a walking talk. Screwed over one way or another, because usually these conditions, like, yeah, they're gonna break him eventually. You know, where for one reason or another. Like, for example, I'm gonna start with something. Oh, let's start with something. There's this one guy who had a confidence issue, a taxi driver. He has trouble, and he want more confidence in dealing with trouble. You know, those trouble passengers. You know, who refuse to pay or pay half-heartedly, or give him trouble. So the Laughing Salesman comes in and like, I can help you out. You know, it's free. The only thing that requires payment is your happiness, and give him this special item, a mustache. And when he puts on this mustache, he gains this different persona, like he's like a different person, gain more confidence. The thing is, now, Motoro warned him not to keep it on all the time and only use it when he needed it. Unfortunately, he keeps using it when he doesn't need it, and the mustache kind of takes over, and he becomes bigger, more. Eventually, it got to a point. It's kind of like that one guy from Tekken. I forgot his name. The one with the main character's father.
Heihachi.
Yeah, Heihachi. A mixture of Heihachi and Waluigi. And he ended up inadvertently aiding a bank robbery escape. Because he tried to take shortcuts when there was a police check.
Shortcuts, of course.
Yes. And then there's another one where this guy fell in love, tried to get this girl's attention, and Murgo helped him out. Got over a condition, but this one that he broke. But essentially, that ended up being like, she was. It turned out that the face she was wearing was a result of plastic surgery. But underneath, she looked like the corpse bride. Yeah. But I guess my favorite one gotta be there's this one office worker, a female office worker who had always who's not satisfied with what she has, and always want to buy stuff. She loved that feeling of buying new things. And her gets jealous of her co-worker because she keeps showing off her stuff. So the Motoro comes in with a credit card, give her a credit card as a gift, with the condition that everything that she buys today gets repossessed the next day. In return, she doesn't have to make any payments.
Interesting.
What happened inadvertently is that she tries to bend the rules or take advantage of trying to find loophole inadvertently by getting a spoiler treatment to make yourself more useful. So if you can't repossess that, what inadvertently happened the thing that Laughing Salesman, when he confronts his clients about the mistrustness of breaking the rule, he confronts them about it, then he says, boom! And the next day, suffer the consequences. Like, for example, this lady, she got all her youth taken away. So the next day she's old and overweight and stuff like that. But it's very fun series to watch. And it's like you can watch it, you can start any episode. There's no overarching plot. It's very episodic. But it's always going to see how these people kind of screw themselves over to an extent, because it's like it's always like that one simple rule, and yet they always somehow break it.
Okay. So you would recommend this?
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. It's on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that the manga is floating somewhere on the internet.
Oh, it was a manga.
Yeah, it was a manga. Then got turned in a 1962 anime. Then like somewhere in the 2000s anime and a live action thing in the 90s.
Oh, there's a live action adaptation.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Alright. So, is that your closing thoughts?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay then. As the laughing salesman. Ninjato, are you awake or are you still exhausted?
Let me grab a drink.
All right.
It's right next to me, so hold on.
Well, in the meantime, I guess we could then go to. Do you want SGD to go first, or do you want to go now?
Hold on. Oh, come on.
Okay. Alright. SGD, if you're here, do you want to go next?
Yeah, guess I will.
Okay. Alright then. Alright, so you're covering God Eater Resurrection. So tell us about that.
So God Eater Resurrection is an enhanced version of an upgraded version of God Eater. So when God Eater to God Eater Burst to God Eater Resurrection. So it's technically still the first game in the God Eater series with a bunch of perks. And in the world of God Eater, the world was flipped upside down by the sudden appearance of monsters called Aragami, which are omnivores in the most literal sense, and they will eat anything and everything, from people to plants to each other and buildings. Like the opening has a giant hole in a building because Aragami ate a hole in that building. And the thing about Aragami is they're not life forms in the general sense. They're a compound organism of countless cells called oracle cells, and they're constantly eating each other. But the reason they manage to stay alive is because they have a core commanding the organism itself. And humanity managed to isolate and weaponize Aragami cores and fuse oracle cells to humans who are called God Eaters, and they made special weapons, which are actually Aragami called God Arcs. And so the gameplay itself has you playing as a guy with a big sword or a big gun or a big whatever you can think of, fighting a variety of monsters. And it is kind of a strategic game where there's 3 elements, 2 damage types, and 4 elements, 2 damage types, and a whole bunch of different enemies to fight. And usually it goes with the general JRPG tradition of reskinning and giving new elements to certain enemies, but the playstyle of the enemies is still relatively the same. And it is... So, but given the enemies are almost all bigger than humans. They have different body parts to damage, and if you hit a body part enough, it'll break, and then you have to alter your strategy because certain parts will strengthen, certain parts will weaken. So I just joke like it's Monster Hunter we have at home, even though I've never played Monster Hunter. It does have a few different things, like your God Arc can devour Aragami, which will give you a power boost and a special item for your gun. Because you always have a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. The reason for that is in early God Arcs, well, either a melee weapon or a ranged weapon. And ranged weapons need oracle cells as ammunition because the only thing they can harm an Aragami is another oracle cell. And ranged God Arcs can't gather oracle cells, but melee God Arcs can. So they eventually managed to fuse the two together into a transforming God Arc called a new type God Arc, but they required new type God Eaters. Because if a God Eater is not compatible with their God Arc, the oracle cells inside the God Eater will begin to consume the God Eater themselves. So the player, of course, is a new type. Not like from Gundam. So a lot of the gameplay is switching back and forth between ranged and melee attacks. So performing melee attacks will build up your OP gauge, which can then be used as projectiles for your ranged weapon. And generally it comes down to two types of projectiles besides elements, where there's piercing projectiles and explosive projectiles, which are the two damage types of piercing and crush. And the strategy comes in there where certain enemies will be certain enemies are vulnerable to ranged weapons, and then you gotta decide, do I want to use explosive or do I want to use piercing? Because an enemy, so some explosive and piercing are exactly the same, so you'll go with piercing because they're big, or explosive because they're small. And when it comes down to the characters and story, yes, there are waifus, I remember this time. And the story is good of what I've played so far, although some of the major plot points are kind of blatantly telegraphed. Like, a character says, I hope this happens, because like Aragami are constantly developing new forms despite Aragami all being genetically identical. So it's like, what will happen when this kind of Aragami shows up? And one character's like, that'll never happen, and then that kind of Aragami the guy was speculating would show up, shows up. And then you adopt it. You adopt that Aragami, because Aragami prey on everything because of something called a bias factor, which is weaponized by humanity for clothing and weapons and defenses. Because Aragami will target certain life forms because of their bias factor, and the special Aragami has a bias factor where she will not eat anything weaker than her. So she will not eat humans. And when you meet the bad guy, it's pretty obvious he's the bad guy. Like, the story does not try to hide this guy is going to do a the face heel turn, like he's evil secretly. Given that its gameplay is run around a hub area, then go into missions, a lot of the story is before and after cutscenes, and doesn't take place in the mission themselves.
So you adapt these things? Adopt? So...
Yeah, you adopt an Aragami, just the one.
Oh, just one?
Yeah, just the one.
Right.
Because she won't eat people. So you have to kill other Aragami to feed her. Because she ate a corner out of a fridge and a piece of a table because she had no other food.
So essentially you just turn the origami into your own personal Pokemon.
More like a Digimon. She has intelligence. She's not a slave.
Although Digimon have intelligence. I mean, Pokemon have intelligence too.
Yeah, but they're...
Smart Pokemon are the exception, not the rule.
Alright.
you can. Yeah, I think it's definitely a game worth picking up. It's one of those games where it's challenging, but if you mess up, that's your fault. It's not on the game. And there is kind of a steep difficulty curve for the first few missions, and then it sort of gets a lot easier. Like you'll fight this one super fast monkey, then later in the game you'll fight 4 at once, and that compared to finding the 1 and the 4 by that point in the game, fighting the 4 is not much harder than finding the 1.
Alright. So... wait, damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. It slipped my mind. So you recommend this game?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, one more thing. The game does have a bit of a communication problem where my weapon of choice is the charge spear, and I only know it's called the charge spear because I had to look that up. So it doesn't tell you can charge up the spear for a special attack. It doesn't tell you can charge up the hammer for a special attack. That is pretty annoying. There's also 2 buttons to dash. Shift and E on PC makes you dash, but Shift will also swap your weapon. And it doesn't tell me that I can just regularly dash by pressing E. And there are some things that it doesn't communicate, but that's okay. Like, it doesn't tell you how much health an Aragami has. It will tell you, like, when an Aragami is about to die, but not, like, what percentage you've done so far. But it does also tell you things like, your allies are in need of healing, even though you have a bunch of health bars, so you don't need to take your eyes off the fight to look at what your allies are up to. It just tells you what's going on. So it communicates well in some areas and then communicates bad in some areas, but eventually you can get over that bad communication as the player figures things out. Like, it would have been helpful to have a weapons tutorial, because they give you a couple of basic tutorials, but not a weapons tutorial. They just give you weapons and let you figure it out for yourself, which is not that helpful given the kind of game it's supposed to be. But once you figure things out for yourself, that's not a problem. It just would have been nice.
Okay. Is this game on Steam, or...?
Yeah, it's on Steam.
Alright. Okay. Sounds interesting for sure. Maybe I'll check it out once I get a better computer, because this computer sucks.
Yeah, you can do multiplayer, and otherwise you can play offline with 3 bot allies. So you pick from a cast of characters. They'll fight with you. Some missions will lock certain characters in, and some will lock a certain number of characters in. Like, a few missions you'll only have 1 ally and you can't pick any more. It'll be a set ally. But those are story missions usually.
Alright.
So offline and online gameplay.
Is multiplayer cross-compatible?
The only other things it's on is PS Vita and PlayStation 4, so I think you'd need to be on the same platform. So a PC player should be able to play with another PC player, theoretically.
Okay. Just click this in. And there we go. Alright, so I guess that's it for God Eater. Let's see here. Ultimate Agent is in the chat, actually. He says, "Hey everyone, I'm sorry for what happened last night." Oh no, I don't care what happened last night. It's fine. Let's see.
Accidents happen.
Call of Karen looks hilarious. Call of Karen. Yeah, it looks funny. I don't know if I'm gonna get it because it looks like one of those games that's gonna. I don't know. I feel it's gonna be one of those games that kind of like dates itself. Like, you know, Like, oh, this is called Karen. You know, it's funny, isn't it? Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be relevant in like a few years, a few months at the least. But
As long as there's humanity, there'll always be Karens. It's a true constant of the universe.
Dirty Dan is or was in the chat. Yo yickety yo gamers. Yo Dirty Dan. Ultimation says Call of Karen is on Steam. Okay. Again, it looks like a fun game, but it's gonna be probably one of those games that kind of date itself. So like, after a few years, you look back in your Steam collection, you go, am I still playing this game? Not really. No, that's my biggest, I guess, fear for that game. But anyway, Dirty Dan's still here. He's just doing something with his computer. Okay. In that case, we can move on now. I guess Ninjato. So.
Alright, let's talk about some Gundam.
Alright, so Ninjato, you are covering Crossbone Gundam, specifically the manga. And I kind of forgot to change the title, but I remember we were joking around. You were like, you wanted to change it to this Gundam Seed kind of movie before Crossbone.
Yeah, we got a Gundam Seed movie when this manga has not been adapted. And also another one is do what you want cause the Gundam is free, you are a pirate. There. Yes, the obligatory pirate meme. About it.
Alright. Oh wait, this is A. Okay, so tell us, what's Crossbone
Alright,
deal?
So the basic plot in this. The year is, I don't remember, but it's about 10 years after F91, which is about a good couple of decades after the 1 Year War and after Shard tried to drop a meteor on Earth. About 10-ish years after Hathaway goes on an assassination mission on Earth. So it is. So the story is that humanity got reestablished to this nation called the Jupiter Empire, which is based on Jupiter, of course, hence the name. And they're like this small country, and so we follow Tobias. He is part of an exchange program, a student exchange, just a normal one where he and a bunch of other kids from Earth are heading to the Jupiter Empire, and the Jupiter Empire are also sending students on Earth. And the students are revealed to be very gassy.
Okay.
And that happened when the pirates attacked of the Crossbone Vanguard, which is essentially the Vanguard from F91. So that group, the evil group of Cosmo Babylonia that wanted to perform eugenics by frisbee,
yes,
by exploding frisbees, are now the good guys because they are led by Bararona, aka main chick from F91, and Kincaid, who is Seabook Arno. And essentially, Tobias gets recruited into the Crossbow Vanguard, mostly because he got caught in the crossfire, and he also learned the truth, so his professor is constantly trying to kill him, because his professor turned out to be a complete fanatic of the Jupiter Empire.
Oh, lovely.
And then his main love interest is Bernadette, whose natural stand ability is to be a stowaway into any ship she wants.
So she's a stand user.
No, that's my joke. My joke is that because she's constantly sneaking aboard ships.
Alright.
Yeah. And then the main bad guy is, of course, Bernadette's father, who is the ruler of the Jupiter Empire. And there's 10 of them.
She has 10 dads?
Yes, cloning.
Oh, I thought you were gonna make a gay joke there.
No!
Funny enough, in BoJack Horseman, there is a character who has 8 dads.
Oh my goodness. I was thinking more from like TTS, where he's talking about the War of the Beast. And that ended the Beast. And then it came back. And then there was 10 of them. The War of the Beast was weird. But yeah, so essentially that is the overarching plot. It's about the Crossbow Vanguard, who are the only ones that really know what the Jupiter Empire is up to, because the Federation is being the Federation.
Right. Yeah.
So
as the big thing we've learned throughout Gundam, the Federation are a bunch of jackasses.
yeah. And so, and it focused on Tobias and his relationship with Kincaid, and of course, I already mentioned the waifus, which is Barona and Bernadette. They're like the main waifus of this one, and they're good characters. This is just fun. This is just fun. Like, this is. It's.
Now, this manga is written. Well, it does have Tamino's oversight at the very least.
What, Genghis?
Oh, am I breaking up for you? No, why am I breaking up?
What? You.
Hold on. Ah, damn it, why are we having connection issues? God damn it. Yeah, this is why I said I wanted to move to next weekend's 2 cent stream earlier, not 7:30 Pacific Standard Time, because for some reason it's always around this time my internet connection starts getting wonky. It's I don't know.
You were saying?
I forgot.
Okay. Yeah, so I gave the basics up, but there are some fun spoilery details about this. Mainly, of course, this is a Gundam show, so you know that the Earth is going to be threatened somehow by the Jupiter Empire.
So what's their big plan to take over Earth or destroy?
Oh, they don't want to take over Earth.
Nani?
They want to nuke it.
Oh.
Because, so essentially, their philosophy, the reason why they hate Earth so much, is that Earth gets all of its oxygen, all of its resources for free, because it's a planet. While they are in the colonies that they have to, everything is artificial.
Right.
So their plan is, which revealed to be in the dead, is because essentially he was running this nation, and then the Federation kind of forced him into a political marriage. When he was an old man and a young woman. And so that's how we got Bernadette. So he kind of harbored hatreds towards the Earth because of it. So that's why he wants to nuke it. He just wants to destroy Earth, make it uninhabitable, and thus be able to control all of humanity in space.
Oh, so he's a petty little motherfucker.
Oh yeah. It's like the only reason you go from reasonable, which is okay, yeah, Yeah, I get it what you're mad. Like, you grew up in a society that, you know, you have to survive. Compare for, like, simple oxygen. But the Earth can do whatever because we live on Earth.
Right.
Then it's like, yeah, you're a total dick. You want to just blow it up because your family had feelings for Earth.
Yeah, that's a petty move right there.
Yes, I'm gonna nuke it this time. I'm surprised that we finally get to the point where they're just going, you know what? We're not gonna drop colonies or use death frisbees. We're just simply gonna nuke it.
Fucking nuke it.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, see, I should have learned that from the beginning.
Dirty Dan says bad guys in Gundam. Eventually someone's gonna want to drop something on Earth.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Like, something has to be. Like, it's like a tick in all the Gundam villains. It's like, I need to drop something on Earth. I don't know why.
I think Batman said it once. Once a caveman, always a caveman. When it comes down to it, it's always about bashing something with a rock.
Yeah, also, of course, the Crossbow Gundam is awesome. All variants. From the X1 to the X3.
Oh, there's multiple versions.
Yeah, so you got the X1, which is like... the one that you put up, which is the X1 full cloth, did not show in the original manga.
Right, it was from one of the follow-up sequel mangas.
Yeah. Yes, but you got that. It does have a mode where it gets an eye patch.
Awesome.
So when he shoots the his Zan Buster, he gets the eye patch.
Nice.
And then that's the X1. X2 is the rival to Kincaid's mech, Zabine. So remember that eye patch guy from F91?
Yeah, that fucker.
Yeah, he originally was part of the good guys in this one. But his reasoning is that he wanted it's his ploy to hopefully convince Arona to restore the aristocracy.
Of course.
Basically, his whole arc is like he's mad at Kincaid because he blames him for why Bararota is refusing to become an aristocrat.
Oh my god.
Like, he switched sides after being tortured by the Jupiter Empire, by the way.
Oh.
Because their ideals matched his of being like aristocracies, and also give him a chance to kill Seabook. Over Bararota, blames him. It's like, that's why you filthy peasant! You ruined her! You made her reject aristocracy!
So he's one of those idiots.
Yeah, he's an idiot, but he's better than Reddy, okay? He's a better version of Reddy.
Well, I mean, Reddy's a special case. I don't think it's hard to get a one-up over Reddy, because yeah, Ensign Reddy from Unicorn Gundam is just hear him. He's a mess. Okay.
Yeah, and then you got the X3. The X3 shows up last during. So it got built up, but it was connected to the only point in the manga that I felt it was full of stupid.
Okay.
Be a case where a bunch of people got hit by idiot sticks. Like, first you got the Federation showing up, No. First, you got this lady who is the cousin of Bararona. So she's kind of the leader that Bararona left behind, and she's like supplying the cast of being pirates. So she decided that it's better for the Jupiter Empire to win. Because it's better to humanity, because she's into new types, getting new types to be all in space. And be space wizards, and she is all about trying to bring peace to humanity. Like new types is the next form of human evolution.
She wanna.
She's a Joshua from Gunsword.
She just wants to fulfill her dream of creating Jedi.
Yes, but also an idiot. So then she calls in the Federation to basically arrest the space pirates.
Oh my god.
So the Federation is automatically idiots, okay? But you can't really...
No, you never rely on the Federation. They're jackasses.
Does the Federation have a named character coming in their way? No, they're idiots. That's the rule.
Well, even then, like...
Look, no, if they have a named character who's like a good person, the chances of them being smart rises by 25%.
Well then, if that was the case, then the events of HMS Team would not have gone the way it did.
You broke up.
Oh my god, I swear. Hold on, give me a minute.
My hand.
Okay, experiencing issues. I don't see. Okay, so, God, I don't know if it's a YouTube thing or if it's an internet thing. And unlike Micah, I don't know how to fix this. So, this is actually kind of getting on my nerves now. Disconnection issues.
So what was the joke?
I was gonna say if you know, you're all like, well, if a person's good on the Federation, that means they have a higher chance of being smart. Well, if that was the case, then the events of 8th MS Team would have not gone the way it did.
Remember that they weren't in positions of power.
No, but they were still idiots.
No. None of the main cast was part of the higher-ups. And plus there was one good higher-up, and then they had a bad one, so they cancel each other out.
Cancel each other out?
Yes! They had an equilibrium.
There's an equilibrium. Okay.
Yeah, so the equilibrium of the Federation is idiocy, okay? And then Bararona, got hit with the idiots because she thought, oh, we'll just surrender, then we'll tell the Federation everything. And they'll definitely join our side.
No, they won't.
Too bad that when they were trying to surrender, that she forgot about the detail about the X2 being with the Jupiter Empire.
Sorry.
And guess what happened?
What happened?
The X2 attacked the Federation!
Who could have seen that coming?
And then thus the Federation attacks our heroes! And then the Jupiter Empire came in!
Okay, this is gonna be another tiny piece.
Like, really, the only people who were smart in that scene, other than the Jupiter Empire, was Kincaid and Tobias. So it's clearly shown that why you can't have women in positions of power.
Oh, we're making a joke.
Okay, that was a joke.
So,
Like, most of the time, Bararona is a great commander. But that is one moment.
no, I have a theory about the Federation.
Oh.
That they're run by idiots?
No. You see, with all these like Neo Zeons and Neo Zeons and remnants and all this stuff, and after war, they keep losing people. They keep have to scrape from the bottom of the barrel to the point that they're hitting Earth.
Okay.
But they kept on having times of peace.
This is a tiny, delicate piece right here in stickers.
But yeah, Crossbone Gundam is awesome. Basically the whole idiot plot part leads up to one of the coolest moments where Tobias punches the. Oh no! Oh come on, SGD!
His views are his own, and he does not represent members of the stream. Okay.
A way to throw me under the bus.
That's what friends do, Joe. We throw each other under the bus.
No. Friends just throw you under the bus.
Now listen here.
Yeah, that Nick. It's okay for you to do that thing. You're his friend.
Get under the bus, Chengus. You mean on the bus? Brings out the gaslight.
But essentially, he punches Psychic Girl.
Mm-hmm.
So the first idiot. He punches her, and also there was a bit where he cut his hand and poured a little bit of his blood on her for some reason. That was weird.
Okay.
And then he climbs aboard the X3, which was being brought by her too. The Crossbone Pirates, as part of the ruse to get them to surrender. So then you get the Skullheart, which is a cool looking mech. It does have a two-handed sword feature.
Oh, nice.
That has extendo blades, so it becomes like a gut sword. That's also a chainsaw.
Oh, nice.
And that is where he's also, during this part, where he rescues Bernadette for the final time. So they're finally at last lovers, and also he basically said, "I gotta be like a pirate and plunder," as she takes her cockpit away from the mobile armor.
Oh, there we go. God, that was...
You alright, Chinggis?
Nah, I'm just dealing with a very tiny piece on this kit. Like, this is... I said before, my hands are very tiny, so these are like little girl hands. So when I have something smaller than that makes my fingers look like a grubby fat man's, it's like that's the head right there. I just had to, and I had to put the worst super small sticker. So
you know the worst enemy of all Gunpla builders?
What?
Sweaty hands.
Oh God. That was a terrible time.
The only other anything involving a giant anchor was not in this one. In the original manga, it's probably in another edition on it. And also, you could just read the original manga. It ends pretty succinctly, where like Kincaid and Barona go back to being Seabook and Selassie. And then having retire on Earth while Tobias and Bernadette continue to be space pirates.
So, excuse me. So you can just end there, but there is those sequel mangas though.
Yeah. So other stuff about this story. I highly recommend this. But the one thing that you may be weirded out a bit is the art in the manga. Just because like, you know the art style of Gundam, right?
Yes.
That every other Gundam has like a certain art style, even though in like different eras.
Yeah.
So imagine you growing up watching that, and then all of a sudden you read a Gundam where like, okay, the Gundams look what you expect, but then the people look like Go Nagai.
Huh. Interesting.
It's like a lot more softer, cartoony look to them. Not a lot of the art style that you would normally depict as Gundam. And there are some shower scenes
Oh, lovely.
of
Nice.
both Bernadette and Bararona. Mostly Bararona, because Bernadette is still like 13.
Oh.
FBI.
13, 14.
FBI, open up.
Hey, we had the same joke. Oh, God, I almost lost this piece.
Well, yeah, of course, that's the meme.
Okay, let's just...
But yeah, that's
No.
like the...
Oh, sorry. I got one. Titans, open up.
Titans?
No!
Ah, there we go. Attaches.
Yeah, but that's essentially the story.
Alright.
And yeah, Crossbone Gundam manga, the original series, highly recommend it. Also get the model kits; they're awesome. At least the first one is. I want to grab X2 and X3.
Alright. Durdian says the other Crossbone MS I've seen was the anchor, and yes, it does have a giant anchor. Nice. It's kind of what I haven't read Crossbone yet, but that's kind of what I find kind of fun about it. Like, it takes place.
Oh yeah, I forgot the evil team too.
There's an evil team.
Yeah, so essentially, you know how Gundam has like evil characters that are not evil.
Mm-hmm.
Crossbone has one, Lieutenant Burns, and he actually survives this time. He actually lives.
Oh, nice.
Unfortunately, there's another character, another boy, who's a complete psycho, who's completely on board.
Oh, lovely. I love psychopaths.
He lived,
Oh.
though his robot got destroyed.
Ah. Oh, at least there is that.
Yeah, but essentially, the evil team was assembled, and their robots were assembled specifically to take out Crossbone Gundam.
Okay, here we go. These tiny pieces.
So yeah, that was a subplot on that, and also Lieutenant Burns was also the viewpoint of how, like, to provide us learning a bit more about, you know, the Jupiter Empire and stuff. But yes, Crossbone Gundam. Read. Read and get the master grades.
Okay then. Yeah.
And also we need to, so of course Crossbone, this should get a OVA and not a seed movie. Oh, the black one is the X2.
Ah. I mean, so I heard throughout the whole Seed franchise though of Gundam, there is one that is actually supposedly sort of decent, like actually pretty decent. I forgot what it was called.
There's two actually.
Oh.
Stargazer, and Astray.
So Stargazer and Astray.
They were made by authors who didn't work on the original television show, and they're good because they completely ignore all the bull crap that's in the main.
Still, I'd much rather have a Gundam OVA show. A Crossbone Gundam.
No, we still need to find some time to just marathon and power through Seed Gundam.
Well, yeah, I'm open up any times for my torture session. Okay.
All right. So yeah, that's Crossbone Gundam. So with that out of the way, we got some fun stuff done. So.
An hour of fun! We had our fun hour!
Dirty Dan says I'm about to start murdering Seed in that 3D Gundam game, actually. I got a whole of Wing, 00, and Barbatos ready to begin the war. Nice.
Oh, come on. We know that the best way to take them out is by bringing in the Shuffle Alliance. Because honestly, the Shuffle Alliance can do their job a lot better.
I don't know. Based on the limited stuff I've seen of what's coming up in Gundam Wing, Hero Wing 0, I mean that beam cannon, that's pretty damn powerful.
It's just I don't know.
And one of the things I just like about the Wing Gundam, and about all the Gundams in Wing, period, is that they seem overpowered with reasons other than it's because.
Oh, come on!
Let's spam a big giant laser.
Dirty Dan says I don't have to. Dirty Dan says he doesn't want the Shuffle Alliance, just Burning, Noble, Master, and Rising Gundam. Well, you got Master Gundam, that's good enough.
Hey, and you got Domon, okay? You got Domon Kashu, okay? You just need that. You just need him.
I need to. That's actually a show I should probably start watching again. G Gundam.
I need to finish that one.
I left off around like. It was the episode right before Master Asia shows up, because I remember because in the beginning G Gundam is fairly episodic, so it kind of got a little too repetitive for me. So I was like, I'm gonna take a temporary break from it. I should probably get back to that.
Yeah. Okay.
So we had our fun hour. So now, as I said, we're gonna start getting to a little more deep discussion based. So Nick, you're up.
Despite the whole, oh my, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So despite the the whole logo being Family Guy, it's actually more than just the guy I want to talk about. Although it is a really good example. Really good example.
Right.
So essentially, always this question of how long does a show go on before you go, man, this show has been on too long. It really just needs to end. And I think there's a couple ideas that really are can that could help form an idea of when do you realize, yeah, this has gone too long, we should probably just get rid of this. See it with a lot of shows, Simpsons, Family Guy, SpongeBob, just hell, fucking Fairly Odd Parents, that had a really huge problem.
Yeah, that. Zero Nick?
Sorry, I had to do something really quick. So I think something that's always gonna be a factor is how does who's part of the writing team? Because their Golden Age of Simpsons had a great great cast of writers. Like, hell, Conan O'Brien was a member of the writing team.
Really?
Conan O'Brien was a writer and he was a writer. The longest time he was a writer for Saturday Night Live. The best damn writer.
Yeah.
Ah.
And there was this one video by Super Eye Patch Wolf that really like showed because I think by season 11, none of the original like writing staff was part of the show anymore. And I think once you get a new staff, it's a whole new like group of people working on the show and a whole new idea of what the show is. And you notice with shows that go on too long, there's this massive change that goes with them. Like here's another long-running show, Boy Meets World.
Really?
Yeah, because the show started like when the main character was a kid, and by the end of the show, he had a kid himself.
Wow.
Yeah, so like long-running shows, yeah, you can tell like how long they go that the style of the show itself changes. Like I think SpongeBob also does that as well. Like the first season was more like kind of had a lot of dry humor. Oh my god, the second and the third seasons though, those were just amazing. But like after the movie, you can tell there's this shift in tone. Even if like initially like the episodes were good, you can still tell there's this tone shift. Not just with the animation, but like it's a lot more cartoony. Like they emphasize a lot of like cartoon aspects. I think you want something. So like yeah, like long-running shows, they're always gonna have a change whenever that happens. And again, writing staff. Once you get the original writers out of there, it's just not gonna be the same. And something that also I think is huge is when the creator like leaves. That also basically changes. Whether it's like, hey, I'm just gonna go on and do other projects and have this guy in charge. It's not. He doesn't have control of the show anymore, so it's gonna be whatever.
Right.
But it's also that's something to watch out for. What also you gotta watch out for is if the creator still is on, but there's no passion anymore.
That's a big part.
When a creator doesn't care anymore, that's also gonna hurt, like production stuff like that. It's like, hey, you want me to add this character? I don't care anymore. The creator ends up looking like Alan. The greatest Rasputin cosplayer.
The greatest Rasputin cosplayer.
The dude looks like he's the lover of a Russian queen. So like, and you notice like when shows go on too long, there's a lot of Flanderization. Hell, it was named after Ned Flanders. For a while, the main joke of him was like the main joke of him was like, oh, he's just like this kind neighbor, like who annoys Homer with the fact that he's super kind. They bring up, and then later in the show, his whole personality is Christian.
Yeah, he just became, I'm the closed-minded Christian. Also, I'm apparently a left-hand supremacist.
Huh.
Your show is either or it goes on too long. Rarely do we get a show that ends with when it's just right. Yeah, that is true. We really rarely get a show that ends just right. So like, here we go. Here's Family Guy. Again, you can kind of see what the original Peter was originally, a Family Guy. Yeah, he wasn't that smart, but he was, competent, at least. There was something functioning there. But now it's like, the dude's a sociopath who literally hates his entire family and stuff like that. And, again, one of the first episodes was like, Peter was willing to get arrested, was willing to go to prison, because, he wanted to, want to make things right with his family. But, like, now he'll just get arrested because, he probably killed someone.
Or just bring in another Peter Griffin vehicle that went horribly wrong.
To the Hinden, Peter!
To the Peter copter!
Oh my
God!
Joe, I'm so sorry. How can you afford
these things? Yeah. Hold on, I got a cough.
Oh no, not now. Come on, stop having connection issues.
You wasn't.
Yeah.
Disgusting perv. Yeah, he.
Uh-oh.
And Brian Griffin, while he was a sort of.
Oh my god.
He had, kind of an air of class around him that made him. That made him a bit of an interesting foil to Peter. He just became a think of that.
Yeah. Liberal douche. Also known as Brian Griffin.
Wasn't like an episode where Quagmire of all people pointed this out? Call him out?
I believe so. I wouldn't be surprised. Because...
Yeah, there was an episode about it. There's this one Family Guy clip I want to show you, so I gotta keep note of that. But the show just really is not compare an episode from season 1 to the current season. It's a completely different show. It's beside basic character design, it's completely different.
Well, what I heard is a lot more emphasis on cutaway gags.
It's really lazy now. It's a really lazy show. Even you can even see it in the animation. There's this one image I posted, Changus, if you can find it, showing how Peter looked, in the early seasons, in the mid seasons, and in newer seasons.
Yeah, let me try to find it. I think it was in general chat. Oh yeah, here we go. So let me save this image. Desktop, whatever. Alright, give me a minute to pull it up. Oh, I need to Make sure you guys can be seen. There we go. Alright, image. Here we go. Add new source. Yeah. Show me Peter Griffin. Okay, desktop. There we go. Peter Griffin. Throughout the years.
Yep. Like, you could see, like, it's in the mouth. You can tell how, like, lazy it's gotten. Like, you wanna know what it is? It's like, with the classic, you can tell, like, every movement is, like, there's nothing, like, original, like, copied, for every, shot in the classic seasons. But in the modern, like, there's always, like, stock poses and faces and, like positions and even, like, just...
Peter falling down the stairs.
There's always that fucking pose of someone falling. Like, it's like, it's the Family Guy pose.
It can't be apparently in the world of Family Guy, nobody simply walks down the stairs. They fall down in style and blood.
It's also, yeah, the show got really fucking violent.
This is a dangerous thing to do. Apply stickers with an X-Acto knife. Don't do this at home, kids.
But save this from being just a Family Guy rant and back to, like, the whole idea. Like, we can say that for another day for a Family Guy rant. But basically the whole idea is, like, a show goes on too long when the characters are either too unrecognizable or the one noticeable trait, like, takes over all the other traces. Like, SpongeBob, he could be annoying, but he also, like, jellyfishing, fry cooking, and he had other emotions besides being annoyingly happy. Now he doesn't. He's just annoyingly happy. Granted, there is always exceptions to the rule. Like, okay, so American Dad, while a completely different show from its more classic seasons, you could at least tell the people, and while the original creator, doesn't really care about it, the people who are on it, though, do care about what they're making. So, while not the same American Dad, you can still watch it and enjoy yourself watching it. Like the Italian immigrant, like, joke. What was in that sauce?
There's a whole
I've seen early American Dad episodes and later ones, and it seems like the characters are less flanderized than the early episodes. Like the premise is, like, these characters, like, they are supposed to be these tropes, and then as the show has gone on, they're more flexible with the characters.
There was one. Sorry.
Go ahead, comment.
There's this one scene about with the gorilla when they were trapped in the gorilla bin. It's really, like, emotional scene about a difference between a father.
No.
Not to worry about responsibility, right? About being a role.
God damn it. Hold on. Wait, give me a minute.
What child?
Wait, guys, give me a minute. Something's...
What?
For God's sakes. This... Oh my god, this connection is... I'm not even using that much CPU.
Have you tried not streaming your...
Oh, stream quality good now? What's...
What building?
You called that.
No, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's what's... Okay, we're good now. This... Having a webcam... Oh my god. Here, let me be closing some stuff. Maybe it's Brave browser I gotta close. That's... Of course it is. Okay, there we go.
Wait, you have tap?
No, I had some stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, no. Come on. Is this a case where everyone's on the internet?
That's experiencing technical difficulty.
Is this just pooping himself? Dirty. No. No. Oh my god. Are you fucking shitting me? Hold on. Give me a minute. Oh my god. Please. Close. Okay. Give me a minute.
It seems today that all you see is violence, sex, but where are those good old-fashioned values we used to? But there's a family that positively can do all the things that make us laugh and cry.
Okay, I think we should be good. Hopefully. Dirty Dan, is Discord just pooping itself? No, I'm having an internet connection issue. Things keep connecting. Well, the connection keeps breaking. So everything starts lagging, getting slow, and it shouldn't be because of my webcam. Maybe too many people, too many devices in my household are using the damn internet. Again, this is why I want to move. I want to start moving my streams to earlier times. I don't think late night shows are gonna be a thing anymore because for some reason it's always at nighttime around this time where the internet just keeps crapping on itself. So, all right, let me undeafen the other guys.
Yeah.
I think it should be good now. What was that comment?
Huh?
No, it was not.
Oh, it was not. Oh. I think everything should be good now. Hopefully, if again I
So.
mhm.
So Genghis, I was just telling Nick when you kicked us back stage that it's always his segment that something goes wrong.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's Nick's fault though. I think genuinely.
No, it's a joke about how the universe hates Nick.
Oh, I see what you're doing there.
it's a funny thing.
I guess it's kind of funny. But like again, also
Like last week, it was.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Like last week, it was us constantly interrupting each other, much like now.
Mm-hmm.
And then this week is your internet connection.
I don't know. Again, I think late night streams are gonna be a thing of the past, and because I'm gonna try streaming next weekend, Sunday. We're gonna try 2 cents a little earlier rather than late night, like around like 3:30 Pacific Standard Time, which is my time. So that would be around like 6 o'clock for you guys in the east. So hopefully at an earlier time, that means hopefully that's gonna help with the connection, maybe. I don't know. But Xenonek, you were in the middle of something.
Maybe what would you guys is a good example of a show that's gone on too long?
Oh, gone on too long. Ben 10.
But no, Ben 10 just has different iterations. Really, show that's gone. It's like Common Writers of show that's gone. It just has many different iterations.
Yeah, same with like Super Sentai and Power Rangers. So I don't think Ben 10 would count. Plus, I mean, to be fair, I kind of liked Omniforce. I don't know if that's a popular opinion or not, but I kind of liked Omniforce for what it was.
Well,
so.
Well, people say Omniverse kind of hit and miss, but nobody likes the reboot.
Oh, that's right. Oh, it's Omniverse, not Omniforce, but. Yeah, the reboot though, that's something that people universally we can agree on. That's like, yeah, no, that's terrible. The reboot.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Super kind of went on for longer than people wanted it to. It turned Goku into an idiot and just kept adding more and more onto the god hierarchy. And the manga started to retread earlier stuff, like they did the whole give Cell a Senzu Bean again in the manga with a different character. And the Goku learned his lesson, don't give the bad guys Senzu Beans.
Senzu Bean!
Yeah.
He gives Cell a Senzu Bean, like, sorry guys, I messed up, then he does it again with Moro.
I guess I would have to say, oh, that can we talk about shows that have kind of already ended?
That have already ended? Yeah.
For me, it would have to be the last few seasons.
Last 2 seasons of what?
Yeah, I can't quite hear you.
You kind of muffled up towards the end or not?
From.
Last 2 seasons of what?
Still with us?
Yes, do you hear me?
Barely.
Yeah.
So. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I think we're good.
Yeah, I can hear you. Scrubs. Oh, okay.
Scrubs.
Yeah.
It's like, first, well, not just, DJ. he was kind of in love with her. And of course, with a lot of sitcoms, they make the kind of on again, off again relationship with the main character and the main love interest, you know. Probably a show where it's not only with this, not only with the Vita, it's happy satisfying.
Huh.
But even though the second to last season is bumpy, if you end the show there with if you ended the show there, it would have just been perfect. Because then it's just be like, oh, you know, we both characters based on they're happily ever after. And then they had to go on for another 13 episodes. Which is essentially just made to set up a script that never came.
Dirty Dan says, I think Super was going for something else with the moral arc. I don't remember whose video went into it, but they made a good argument.
I think that was Seth the programmer talking about how Moro is an amalgamation of various villains Goku has fought. But a lot of people generally agreed the Senzu Bean thing was stupid. Like, he didn't need to give him a Senzu Bean for what happens after he gave him the Senzu Bean. You could take that part out and the story would relatively be the same.
Wait. Wait, so Moro's whole shtick is he's like an amalgamation of previous villains?
No, his whole
no,
shtick...
thematically.
Thematically.
Okay,
He does certain things that previous villains did.
Hey. Well, here's his whole shtick is that you couldn't ki absorbs God ki.
Okay.
So you like he absorbs ki. He's basically he's a character that is the anti Goku and Vegeta. Like, he is such a absurd level and stuff that the only person at the beginning that had a chance of beating him was Boo.
Huh.
He did certain things that older villains did, which I don't think was supposed to be a thematic thing. It's just Toyotaro is not the best writer. In fact, he got into Dragon Ball because he wrote fan fiction. So he does fall back to certain ideas.
Fan fiction writers.
I didn't know that.
That sounds familiar. Sounds like a topic.
So, okay. So I guess those are examples of things going on longer than used to.
Something that also is when even the cast is completely different from how it started. That could give you a sign of.
Oh no, go ahead now.
Oh no, I didn't know Nick was still talking. Go ahead, Nick.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, well, that's kind of an interesting point here. That's kind of an interesting point because that was a soap opera. Because the soap opera had a run for nearly, I think one of the oldest soap operas is a British one called Carnation Street. It's been running for 50 years.
Damn.
And
And so they have to, they have to shift around the cast because people get old, and so they keep doing this thing where every so often, every so season, we shift to a different character, maybe an existing one or pre-established. Oh no, an existing one or a new one.
Alright.
And yeah, it's like one example of that happening is honestly, Cheers was kind of the first example of that happening outside of the soap opera.
Yeah, Cheers. Alright. So Cheers is Cheers is an example.
Cheers. Cheers had Tony Danza throughout the entire show, but I think it's like the actor. It's like for Norm, kind of left around a certain point. One of the show's most famous characters, Frasier, didn't come in until I think around season 4 or 5.
And then he got his own spin-off show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't know that Cheers was had a spin-off and that the spin-off was Frasier.
I thought that was common. Yeah. I thought that was common knowledge that Frasier was the spin-off.
I didn't even know Frasier was a spin-off.
What is?
Well, to be fair, I never.
Lied to me.
Is there anything else? Okay, so
something that you could always also tell when a show is going on is when they constantly keep adding things. A fantastic example is Fairly Odd Parents.
When they start running out of ideas when they said, Timmy, share your Fairly Odd Parents with this random bitch.
Even before that, okay, so maybe you can see it with the fucking baby poof, but like it got insane when you kept adding like something that always annoyed me is when they introduced Foop, anti-poof, is that he overshadowed all the anti-fairies, and that was like, and he just kept showing up.
Yeah.
And then you get the fucking dog.
Yeah, it was a dog. I forgot.
Which they completely forgot about when they introduced the Chloe, or whatever the fuck her name is.
I don't even remember the dog's name. What was his name? Sparky.
Oh my god. Dude, even the animation changed in the finals.
Yeah. They went from traditional to flash.
Yeah, that's another sign, I guess, right there. When you go from traditional to flash, that's kind of a warning.
I have a question. Didn't another sign that a show went on too long? When characters start reverting back, when they should go, like by now they should went through a character development where their personality should be not super different, but different enough that you can tell.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Like,
Serena's in the chat. Sup, N-words.
He said, "What's up?" Wait, no, wait. He said, "What's up?" What?
Serena says, "What's up?" N-words.
Since I have the end pass, I shall do it for you.
I don't think you do.
I know. I was just making a joke.
I mean, YouTube. To be fair, Mr. Comet here is our, I guess, token black cast member.
Oh, so I'm the black. I'm the black.
yes. Comet is its token.
Now they know he's using an Asian guy as a profile, so it's Asian facing.
Were you trying to be... Ninja, were you trying to be Starscream or Cobra Commander?
Oh no, I'm trying to be a South Park character.
That's... Oh, you're trying to be like Cartman? That sounds like the most... That's the most Starscream sounding Cartman dear.
What's Starscream?
Honestly, I think even Starscream would find Cartman reprehensible.
Depends on which version of Starscream. Like Armada Starscream, pretty much, but every other version of Starscream, they're probably just as bad.
He'd probably say the N-word, then stab you in the back.
Starscream.
I'll stab you later. N-words.
It's like Frank in that one episode of It's Always Sunny. It just says, just yells out the N-word and stabs someone.
Man, we're off target.
Well, that tends to happen on this show, right? We go on tangents.
Well, this is the most tangent-heavy show, apparently. Because this is a lot longer than the other ones.
Well, to be fair, that's partially my fault with the connection issues.
So, due to, like...
No, you got that guy.
Not...
Sorry.
No, it's alright, just... That kind of scared us a bit there, so...
Nah, can you please mute? Push to talk or something?
Here, I got it. Let me just... here we go. So he's muted on my end. So just tell...
Oh, he muted himself.
Oh, okay.
No way.
Unmute him then. Okay. So, okay, so I guess we should start wrapping this topic up then. You got any closing thoughts, Nick?
So, essentially, I think, these are all, like, warning signs to tell you, hey, when, like, the original cast, the writing staff, even the creator, are not even there or don't even care, and, like, the show is completely different from how it is, even the characters... Yeah, then maybe you should cancel it. But again, there's always exceptions, like American Dad. It's actually like still a good show, just not even better or worse, just different. And I think if like no one cares, like if it's like no one likes watching it, and then get rid of it. Because like, a show can go long, but, like, there still needs to be someone there who is passionate about making it, essentially. And I think that's it. I think if someone is passionate about it, then it's probably still not ready to be taken off the air yet.
Alright. So... Okay, so
also,
yeah.
can we get a fucking Transformers show that lasts more than 4 seasons? Rescue Bots? No shame on Rescue Bots, just a mainstream Transformers show, though. That's all I ask.
Don't give me pain like that, Nick. I wish it was I wish that was a thing too. Yeah, Transformers deserves more than at the very least up to as much as Rescue Bots, just at the very least, because nowadays.
Wait, Rescue Bots still going on?
Yes.
No.
The original Rescue Bots is not going on anymore. It's been replaced by Rescue Bots Academy, its sequel.
Huh.
Fun fact, Rescue Bots Academy is technically the only show left that is part of the aligned continuity. And even then, it flirts loosely with the aligned continuity as well, so...
Laserbeak is now an Autobot.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, to be fair,
quick tangent. Quick tangent before I get to my my subject. If the okay, no, I guess the Brave browser doesn't want to load. Oh no, there we go. Come on.
He's gonna take his internet.
Rescue
So,
Bots
Laserbeak.
Academy, Laserbeak. Show me Laserbeak. Here we go, Laserbeak War for Cybertron. TF Wiki load. Show me Rescue Bots Academy. Okay. Here, let me download this image. So, let me get this straight. So, Rescue Bots so Laserbeak is now an Autobot? And
Yes.
apparently...
In fact, he's like a pet. He's like a pet to the Rescue Bots students.
Because not only that, apparently, according to this image, he's taken on a more G1 look.
Yes.
Okay. Is Soundwave still? Fuck, I don't even remember what happened to Soundwave in Robots in Disguise. He got like frozen or something.
I think he's still in prison.
Ah. Okay. Okay. A Laserbeak is an Autobot now, and he's a pet.
What?
Oh.
What exactly is the aligned continuity? That is that's a whole fucking topic.
That is,
Yeah,
yeah.
for another time.
Oh, I could go on a whole... I've done it before, I could do it again. I could go on the whole rant on the line continuity.
You might want to write that down for another topic.
Alright. Okay, but so instead of going into the line continuity, we gotta move on. So, surprisingly now, connection is better. So, fuck, I don't know what's happening there. But, so I guess we could go on now to my subject. So this is a bit more discussion heavy going on here. So I'm gonna take a break from Gunpla building for a minute to focus on this. So let me give me the rundown, I guess the preface. So sometime last week or the week before, no, I think it was last week. Me, Nick, Not, SGD, we sat down in our Discord server and we watched Black Widow. And that was, I would say, the first MCU movie that has legitimately made me angry. That's how bad it is.
I'm still eating crow right now. I hate my humble pie.
But
over a guest, by the way.
Man, I love using Ninjato's channel and his ass.
But yeah, so I watched Black Widow. That was a terrible fucking movie. Legitimately infuriating with how angry I was. I was mostly angry at it because throughout the whole movie, all I could think of was, hey, I could come up with better ways to write this damn movie than whoever wrote this movie, and I'm not even a fucking professional screenwriter. All my writing experiences come from, like, talking to you guys and like watching YouTube videos. So the fact that I could write a better movie than whoever wrote this movie that says a lot, and I don't know, me personally, that shouldn't really be a thing. Dirty Dan says hashtag not my Taskmaster. Well, I could go on about Taskmaster. I got my own thoughts on that, but
by the way, that is the source of me getting my humble pie. Nick, just a random guess, just said he looks like a woman.
No, I didn't say that. Here's the thing. So I noticed. Okay, so what? There's a lack of like appearance of Taskmaster in the marketing, and he's always shown with the helmet. I'm like, how much you guys want to bet Taskmaster is a woman? Just because there's that secretive about the identity.
And I just thought, oh come on, they won't be that stupid.
Doesn't speak. They're obviously trying to keep his identity a secret. So I'm like, yeah, he's a woman.
And then what do you know? It's a woman.
Yeah, I'm wrong. I'm.
Like this movie doesn't deserve to be talked about without spoilers. It deserves to be talked with spoilers because it's just a bad movie. But the reason I bring this up is because
hold on. Before you do it, Ninjato, I'm wrong. It is clear to me I have defeated you in intellectual combat. Hand over your channel
and your ass.
And your ass. And I've had it since then, and it's amazing. I just have it his butt mounted onto my wall, like in that one episode of SpongeBob.
God, you know what? That should be.
By the way, those are just clones. By the way, all those butts are just clones of me. You see, I was part of another podcast called the Arcaders Pub, and in that pub, there's just a bunch of clones of me to feed to a Rayquaza. So since that pub has been closed for a while, I've just been using the spares.
God, you know.
Quick question, Ninjato. How do you know you're not a clone?
I know I'm not a clone.
I just
do all the clones believe they're the real person? Real
no,
Ninjato?
No, they're not even alive. They're just in vats.
All right. Real quick though, I just realized in my camera, with my arm down like this, my right arm like this, it looks like I'm jerking off. So yeah, so
what you thinking about?
Thinking about that xenomorph butt your queen has.
She's dead. You're a necrophile.
See you, Dirty
sad
Dan.
to see you go. We're getting to the good part of the actual topic.
So Black Widow doesn't deserve to be talked without spoilers. It deserves to be talked with spoilers because it's that bad. But so when I gave my thoughts about the Black Widow, there was an actually interesting reaction going on with other people to this movie, and what was interesting to me, and I find kind of ridiculous, is the fact that they said that this movie failed because Kevin Feige is not a real Marvel fan. Take a moment to just let that soak into your brain.
Oh, great! We're going back to the Kevin Smith argument about Key-Man Revelations.
So, Kevin Smith is apparently not a real Marvel fan. That's why the movie.
You mean Kevin Feige?
Kevin Feige. I keep getting mixed up.
Both Kevins, okay? Yeah. Apparently, if you're named Kevins and you worked in Hollywood, you can't be a fan of any of the properties, even though you had success in those properties.
Look.
What are the two Kevins?
The two Kevins. Two. That's the new sitcom, 2.5 Kevins.
Hold on, Jenkins. We now return to 2.5 Kevins.
But
who laid all these traps here?
But so So that's apparently a reason people are saying this movie is bad, because Kevin Feige is not a real Marvel fan. And I have to say to that, with all due respect, that's the most fucking retarded thing I've heard.
Oh, you're seriously, people? Seriously? If Kevin Feige, are you basically saying that because she made two bad movies and three very questionable TV shows that he's not a Marvel fan?
So let me go into this, right? So let me just say right off the bat, that is ridiculous, because being a fan of a property doesn't automatically determine whether the property they're in charge of is good or bad. That's not an automatic factor that determines something. Like, it helps, that's for sure. Like the Bumblebee movie definitely benefited from Travis Knight being an actual fan of Transformers, unlike Michael Bay. But just because he was a fan and that helped, doesn't mean that solely determined the Bumblebee movie to be a good movie. There was other factors into it. So to say that Kevin Feige not being a Marvel fan is the main sole reason why Black Widow failed is ridiculous. Because by that logic, then all the other Marvel movies that came before it that were financial successes and critical successes should not be the case. They should be also fucking terrible movies, just like Black Widow. So,
but they're not Kevin Feige. They're somebody else.
But that doesn't make sense, though, because Kevin Feige's the guy in charge of the fucking MCU. If anything, if you're going to blame someone for not being a fan being the reason why the movie sucked, which it's that reason alone is stupid, you should be blaming the writers for the movie, not Kevin Feige. He didn't even write the damn movie. He's the fucking executive producer. He has no.
He's just a name.
Yeah, he has no say for if the movie's gonna be an executive producer's role. At the end of the day, is just an overglorified piggy bank.
Well, I'll be fair here. I know the Hollywood's basically an executive producer. Their entire kind of role is just to be an advocate. So Kevin Feige's entire role is just to advocate things like, should we buy Fox so that we can get the X-Men? Well, it's like, let's see what the chart says.
Well, the chart says yes.
Well, the chart says we can, but we're going to take what's his fucking name, Peter Evans, and just have him in WandaVision for a dick joke.
Executive producers can be a bit hands-on, but given how big the MCU is, he would not have the time to do that.
Yeah, plus Kevin Feige's got other things to do, and then I don't know, there are the rumors that he could be in charge of Star Wars once KK steps down. That's not probably gonna happen, so, but that's a completely different subject that I could rant about as well. But again, the point is, being a fan isn't the sole determining factor for whether something is good or not. That's just ridiculous. Like the Michael Bay movies, while they were a travesty to Transformers fans because Michael Bay wasn't a fan himself, they were just objectively bad films. It doesn't matter that Michael Bay was not a fan. They're just bad films in general. And even if I don't know, the people behind Black Widow were fans, right? Let's think about this. So even if they were fans, that doesn't automatically determine whether the movie is good or not, because you could still be a fan but be a terrible fucking writer. That's the reality. Being a fan is just being a fan. That doesn't affect that. It helps, but that's not what's going to ultimately affect if something is good or not. If anything, the real reason why we should be saying Black Widow is a terrible movie is because the writing's terrible. It's a terribly written film that a person, just some random Asian guy on the internet, who gets all his writing experience from fucking YouTube videos, can come up with better story for the movie than whoever wrote the damn movie. That says a lot. And a fun fact, I'm not even that big of a Marvel fan. Literally, my biggest experience with Marvel as a supposed fan is literally the MCU. Like only
and the Comic Crypt podcast stuff, like the stuff
but the Comic Crypt podcast stuff, that's only fairly recently though. Like for the longest time, my experience as
chill, damn it.
Yeah.
We're in the show.
Okay. Yeah. Here. Yeah. But yeah, you could. By the way, you could check out the Comic Crypt podcast where we talk about our thoughts on a certain comic run on Ninjato's channel. The second episode of Comic Crypt podcast where we covered Cap No More should be in the link in the description below. So check that out as well.
Yes, learn about the gories of the Chad D-Man, the greatest gay superhero.
While at the same time, you get to experience the worst fucking version of Nomad.
Yeah,
God.
but here's the thing: is like for the few people, I hope that would say that would try to say, give me an example of how not being a fan of something would still lead to terrible products. I got one word for you. One website. Go to a website. Fanfiction.net.
Let me. Yeah, there you go. Fan fiction. Like we're always joking around about how and there's a lot of terrible fan fictions, and to be fair, that has its merit. But just because you're a fan doesn't mean you're a good writer. So for all we know, we don't know this for sure, but for all we know, perhaps the writers behind Black Widow could have been fans. At least that's what the marketing said, but they were still terrible writers. Like we don't know for sure. They could be so quote unquote self-proclaimed fans and still be bad at writing. So to say that the writers or Kevin Feige of all people is not a fan of Marvel, therefore the movie is bad, that's stupid. And you should be called out for that stupidity. Because
I don't like the assumption that Kevin Feige is not a fan because of terrible movies, or he's doing stuff based on current comic Marvel, which are objectively stupid.
Yeah,
there is a possible explanation. He is a fan. He just likes the current stuff, and you can like the current stuff and still be a fan of something.
For all we know, the writers of this movie could be fans of current Marvel, and well, current Marvel is kind of not that great with its writing, so that could be a reason why they're just fans of that terrible writing, and so it shows in their movie. Again, but even then, that doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the movie is still bad because it was written poorly. It doesn't. At the end of the day, you can't just say Black Widow is bad because people weren't fans. You have to face the fact that it doesn't matter because it's just objectively a bad movie. There's no ifs buts about it. It's an objectively bad movie, at least in my opinion, and that's the reason why it sucks. Not because Kevin Feige, of all people, is not a Marvel fan.
Somehow, we never brought up it. We never bring up the question about about him being a fan until now.
Until now, when the property we love is written poorly, that's when all of a sudden we go, okay, now you're not a fan now.
Like much like how nowadays, right? Like all of a sudden, Kevin Smith's tweet about He-Man, about him not being a fan of He-Man, is brought up. Currently,
an 11-year-old tweet, by the way, like for all we know, he could have become a fan during those 11 years. It's possible.
And Kevin Smith's whole shtick is that he is like just a fan of his childhood, essentially. Like that seems to be his shtick, is that he is somebody who represents the nerd, the geekdom of like the 80s, like the 80s kid, and bring them now to the modern day in his indie works. So that has always been his image, but now apparently, because he's working on a new He-Man show, and
the marketing supposedly puts Tila front and center, is like all of a sudden, oh, he's not a real fan.
Yeah, all of a sudden we're digging up old tweets about him not liking He-Man, because it seems to be more at this point. I'm thinking it's more about a narrative of companies needs to listen to fans going way too far.
Funny thing though, just another quick tangent. The whole thing about just digging up past tweets from like several years ago and using that as proofs to essentially smear a person's reputation, doesn't that make you kind of come off as the supposed woke SJWs you claim to hate? Because that's exactly because that's exactly what they do.
You became the very thing you swore to destroy.
So, point I'm trying to make is use common sense. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. Use common sense. Common sense would tell you, just because you're a fan doesn't mean that's gonna break or make a story or film or etc.
A lot of media stuff has basically become a he who fights monsters kind of situation.
Yeah, so just use common sense. Sure.
So Teela is the main character. What does this change?
I don't know.
The title is He-Man. That's the argument.
Well,
the argument is that the title is He-Man. It should be about.
The show is titled Masters of the Universe. It doesn't specifically say it's He-Man. It's Masters of the Universe.
But remember, Teela is an original character, but not in the sense of she's a new. She's a character from the original show.
Yes.
Imagine, for instance, you guys like Transformers. Imagine, for instance, an entire show, if it wasn't from Optimus Prime's perspective, and it was from, say, Cliff Jumper doesn't die this. I'd
watch that.
Yeah, I would.
Finally, some respect for Cliff Jumper.
Yeah,
Cliff Jumper gets
we have
respect.
Bumblebee. We have Bumblebee get killed instead.
I mean,
I don't want that either.
Oh well. I mean, for crying out loud, we had an entire show where we had 2 entire shows that were based around Bumblebee, Robots in Disguise, and Cyberverse. Now, to be fair, around Robots in Disguise, people were kind of getting tired of Bumblebee, but then something miraculous happened.
And in Cyberverse,
well, I was gonna say after Robots in Disguise, something miraculous happened. The Bumblebee.
Hold on, can I say something? And Cyberverse became a basically they kind of stopped focusing on Bumblebee for a while and just focused on just characters in the universe, and it's just
the episode with Grimlock and RC.
Oh yes, where they're just like
they're just having fun on the arc. It's great.
Because they need adventure. Like they're so bored that they.
It's great, but like, yeah. If a show was centered around like Bumblebee, well nowadays, I'd kind of be down for that. Because something miraculous. So, after Robots in Disguise, people were kind of getting Bumblebee fatigue. And, well, I mean, to be fair, they kind of still are, thanks to, you know, the fucking buzzworthy Bumblebee line. But that's exclusive to Target, I believe. So, something miraculous happened. The Bumblebee movie happened. A movie that Transformers fans and we're just like, god damn, we're gonna have another live-action movie about Bumblebee of all characters. Oh, I hate Bumblebee. And it turned out to be a great movie. And not only that, but it reinvigorated people's love for the character. So yeah, a show about following a different character I'd be down for that.
Hotshot is a better character.
Depends on which version of Bumblebee you're comparing Hotshot to. That's all I'll say. But like, so yeah, like Teela being the center of the new Masters of the Universe show, like, but does that change anything? Is it inherently automatically woke now because the woman is in charge now?
And you know what my theory is right now about that, by the way? I had a friend of mine, we had a debate on like the week after the trailer dropped, the first trailer. And he thought he's on the side that he thinks it's going to be terrible and woke because he had a bad experience with New Rock.
Mm-hmm.
And his theory was that they wanted to make a She-Ra show, but because of the New Rock stuff, they decided to put in He-Man. My addendum to that theory is that it could be that Kevin Smith and company wanted to make a He-Man show that had She-Ra as, like, you know, the other protagonist. Like it would be with He-Man and She-Ra. Because She-Ra's background is like she's He-Man's sister, I think.
But now She-Ra is associated with her own show.
Yes, with her own show, which has its own continuity, its own
character.
Problems. Yeah, its own problems. But I don't want to get into it. But it's just like it's totally different now. The She-Ra property evolved differently than He-Man's, and now they go, oh crap, now we got, oh, good thing we have Teela, let's throw in Teela and have her be in She-Ra's place instead. That's what I think that has happened, most likely, because based on the second trailer, which, by the way, this is Revelations Part 1, so there's a Part 2, that's annoying. That's just annoying. It's like, oh, so basically I can't judge the whole show until Part 2 comes out.
Well, that's kind of a thing with Netflix, though. They like splitting it into, like, quote unquote multiple seasons, when it's just probably just you could just put it together as one season and then there you go. But then that's a Netflix thing.
But what based on the trailer, it seems to be a story about Adam being depowered from He-Man. He can't access He-Man. He needs to gain his power, and Teela is with him. Or like Teela has to go on this quest, but Adam's with her. It seems like both of them are going to be major characters.
So now what's funny is, so they're saying this strengthens the woke argument, because now the strong woman Teela has to come in and save the neutered He-Man. That's their argument.
Even though that's kind of the premise of the original show. The original show was that Adam was in his base form, and then he needs the sword to become He-Man.
But ultimately, though, the biggest thing is these are just based on trailers, but we don't know what's going to happen in the actual show itself. So, unless we watch the show and we know exactly what's going to happen, we don't know if it's good or bad, subjectively or objectively. But because apparently things again because of the woke PTSD is triggered because things line up with other woke properties. All of a sudden now Kevin Smith is not a real fan, and therefore this is inherently bad automatically.
This is why you don't hate, and this is why you don't hate watch shows.
Yeah,
like I was not interested when I saw what She-Ra was. Like a lot of these shows that people complain about, I just avoided them.
Well, what's funny thing is like, what's funny thing is this Black Widow rant kind of turned into a He-Man rant, but it kind of still applies because like the funny thing is if you start thinking that this show is inherently woke, and then you're gonna go into it thinking it's woke, so you're gonna automatically start looking out and trying to like isolating things that are supposedly woke. And you're going to use that to say, look, this show is woke, therefore it's bad. Don't watch it. By the way, give me YouTube clicks. I need to ad revenue.
Yeah. Also, what we're not saying, right, is that like
we're not saying that these shows are free from criticism. We're just saying that your criticism of you're not a fan, thus this is bad, is not a criticism. That's you making an excuse because either A, you don't want to, either A, you kind of feel like you can do it better because you're a quote-unquote fan, or B, you're looking for a boogeyman to blame.
Yeah, we're just saying that current Marvel right now, Kevin Feige could just simply, like, here's the most simplest explanation of, like, Kevin Feige's position with Marvel right now. He's just tired. He's been doing Marvel for, I don't know when, like, was it, like, 2008, or did it came in a little bit later? But either way, he's been with Marvel for a very long time. It's like over 20 movies he's involved in this franchise. And
so if he came in around 2008, it's 2021. So if I do
12 years, I think.
Yeah, like around 12 years of just doing Marvel movies, like.
And again, that's assuming he got involved at the start.
Yeah.
With Iron Man 1, at a couple years because of like pre-production.
Right.
But like he's been involved essentially for at least 10 years.
Or more. Or
more, like doing these Marvel movies. And
yeah, so
he completed the story.
Yeah.
It could be that he's just tired. And he either wants to do something else, or he's just comfortable in his position and is going whatever. That's why we're having like this current string of Marvel stuff. Of like, it seems like the Marvel stuff, Marvel doesn't know what to do. It seems they want to go for multiverse stuff. I think it's a bad idea.
Well, apparently Loki's going to make sure the multiverse stuff happens somehow. Loki is another interesting rant I could go on. I still haven't watched
I haven't watched the show. I listened to Shad's review of the episodes, and I
haven't watched the show. From what I've heard, it seems pretty bad. I do plan on eventually though watching it and giving it an objective opinion about it. Because, just me saying, I hear it's bad, so therefore it's bad. So, of course, it's objectively bad. Like, well, it could be objectively bad, but I'm gonna see for myself to have an actual, opinion on it. Otherwise, I'm just going with the flow. And that's not really having an opinion for yourself. That's just you following a trend for the sake of being hip. So, but that was a tangent-filled rant. But at the end of the day, just don't use someone not being a fan as an excuse to say something is bad. Because again, that's
and also don't say people aren't fans until proven otherwise. Like because that is that's not how you gatekeep. That's more like gate policing and like you're acting more like Puritans. He's not a fan. He's not a fan. Tired to the stakes.
Yeah. So, but that's pretty much all I gotta say. So we gotta wrap this up.
Hold up. I want to add something.
Okay.
So we were saying like, just because you don't like it doesn't mean automatically not a fan, or if it's like you can't call someone it. I want to add, do you have to be a fan in order to make something?
No. Well, it's a matter of you can make something if you're not a fan. Should you make something if you're not a fan? Well, that it varies.
Do you have respect for the property? Wait, that's
something.
No, I was saying that's going to be something I'm going to touch on with my subject.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, so I guess that's a good segue. So, to talk a little more about that subject, then, we can move on. So you are covering, Dune, specifically the book and movie. Well, now I have the sandwich from the more recent Dune movie coming out, but you're talking about the previous Dune movie.
The 1984.
Right. So
okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, tell us about Dune.
All right, so a bit of a preamble. Start off with the synopsis. Dune takes place 20,000 years after. 20,000 years. From 1965, and the book takes place, so 20,000 years there into the future. And what do you call it? There is no Earth. There is nothing like that. Everything is kind of alien. And there is a drug in the world called the spice. Well, it's called the malak.
The spice must flow.
Spice must flow.
The spice.
Melange. It's called melange, although it's often colloquially referred to as the spice because of its, relation to a spice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a highly sought after item because of its qualities when taken. Allows a human being to unlock portions of their brain that they couldn't do before, and also allows for kind of an immortality because it makes you youthful. And it's the wonder drug. It does everything because it exists. And so the only place that this sought after item is located in, it's a distant planet called Arrakis. To its locals, Dune.
To everyone else, Tatooine.
I'll get to that.
What the locals call it, Dune. Ah, he said it.
A hostile
hostile, inhospitable planet, populated by hostile winds and Arrakis bullworms.
Oh, so there's so the werewolves from the Hobbit trilogy.
Wait, there were werewolves?
Yes.
Uh,
In the Battle of the Five Armies, the giant worms that popped out of the ground.
Oh yeah, those giant worms whose sole purpose was to dig tunnels. Even though, wow, those things are big and giant. That could probably take out the entire elf and dwarf army right there.
Well, essentially, were can be used for multiple things other than man. But yes, clearly Peter Jackson also ripped off Dune.
So, yeah, it's like it is a very terrible planet to ever be on, but you gotta do what you gotta do for a little bit of that drug.
Well, it's not as bad as Australia.
SGD, you gonna allow that?
Giant man-eating worms.
That's the lie.
I mean, to be fair, SGD, I wouldn't be surprised though, because everything in your country is fucking oversized. I've seen the footage of your spiders. Good lord.
Alright, I'm sorry for snarking.
No, it's fine. Okay, so with that said, the story follows our protagonist, Paul Atreides, a 15-year-old boy. He grows up much more in as the book goes on. But at that time, 15-year-old boy, the son of a duke, Leto Atreides, and his concubine, Lady Jessica.
So yeah, his son is technically he's a bastard.
Well, kinda.
Yeah, because concubines are weird. Okay, concubines are just weird.
Yeah. And so, Lady Jessica, a woman who was raised onto an organization called the Bene Gesserits, a veritable legion of space witches that whose entire purpose is to basically be kind of be a naturalized religion, and also they keep the human genetics on point with how they perceive everything should be. So if they tell one of their many women to marry this man right here, and you must create a woman, because for the longest time the Bene Gesserits have been women. You must do it, because their word is literally law, because they have a supernatural phenomenon called divorce, which is a technique they developed, which is it's mind control without magic.
Okay.
So like I said, space witches. Paul Atreides is heir to the Atreides, to the house Atreides, one of the many houses that make up the Imperium.
Restraining from 40k joke. Restraining from 40k joke.
Well, I mean,
we'll get to the jokes eventually.
Yeah. By the way, the reason I have read Dune, and Dune is actually one of my favorite books. So,
I mean,
Oh no, it's mine too.
I mean,
go ahead, Jim.
I mean, let's not kid around. Like, 40K is just basically you take Dune, you put it on steroids, and you put it in a world where literally every fucking thing that exists out in the universe is out to literally kill you. So you got. Yeah. So.
Well, yeah. Just take Dune. Take a lot of the elements from Dune. Rip off Michael Moorcock and make the entire universe Australia.
Pretty much.
Hey guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting tired. I gotta go to bed.
Oh,
right.
Okay. Have a good night, Comet.
This is our longest 2 cents live.
Yeah, it is. We had some issues with the connection and all that, but
I blame SGD for this.
You blame SGD.
So we're blaming the Australians. Okay, yeah, I'm up for it. Yeah, it's the Australians.
How did you figure it out, Nick?
Now, see, SGD, I was going to defend you, but then you admitted it. But continue, Don.
Okay. So yes, House Atreides, the many houses under the Imperium, under the rule of Emperor Shaddam IV. Grants House Atreides the sole right to mine the spice from Arrakis, a duty previously held by House Harkonnen and Baron Vladimir Harkonnen.
Yes, but the name like that they're totally nice guys.
I'm just gonna come out and say he's fat.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So just imagine Harkonnen, whose also name is Vladimir. So he shares his last name as Xavier, and he's fat as Jim Sterling.
Jim Sterling?
So
he's so fat. He's so fat that he needs gravity, like artificial gravity machines attached to his body in order to walk around.
Oh my god.
So he's Dale the Whale from Monk.
Yeah, I think he's kidding. He is not.
He is.
I feel bad for Xavier now. He has to be. His name is now associated with a fat parent.
With a fat megalomaniac pedophile.
Oh. I do not.
Worse.
I do not remember the kid diddler part. That's
that's because of it's just a technicality thing.
Okay.
Like Harkonnen is a creeper. It's just he's a little bit too subtle to try to practice what he preaches. Let's say. So yes, House Harkonnen previously held Arrakis. Upon getting the deal, Leto Atreides, Duke Leto Atreides, kind of remarks this must be a trap.
And guess what? And guess what it was?
Was it a trap?
Yes, it was. It was essentially a huge political ploy. They waited until weeks, or maybe about a month, of the Atreides to get settled in enough for Duke Atreides. I'm sorry, I'm just speed forward a bit. To get a wife from the local freemen, basically the Tusken Raiders. Just imagine those guys, and essentially the Harkonnens used that to then just slaughter everyone, leaving only Paul Atreides and Jessica, his mom, out in the desert.
and one of, well, I'll get to Paul's teachers.
All right.
Yeah, those guys did not end well.
Well, all right. So let's continue, not.
All right. So, yeah. So while they are preparing their while they're preparing to move to their new home of Arrakis, Paul starts to begin getting weird visions. Strange visions, which the Reverend Mother, the supreme commander of the supreme leader of the Bene Gesserits.
So the witch pope.
So she's the big bad witch.
I just call her the witch pope.
Witch
pope, yeah.
Ah. So.
Believe who reprimanded Lady Jessica for having a boy, the only boy born of a Bene Gesserit in years. Because in Bene Gesserit religion, a boy is supposed to be born. The Kwisatz Haderach, a messiah figure who, upon drinking of the waters of life, a holy liquid, Bene Gesserit, Bene Gesserit women must partake in order to become Reverend Mothers. He can see the before and the after. And so the story, that is the story. Not to go into much spoilers, because I won't really. Is the story? It is the journey of Paul, and his and the questioning of whether or not he is a Messiah. Now, I want to shift gears here. This is going to be less of a review, and I kind of wanted to use Dune as sort of a backdoor for kind of a big brain discussion.
All right, we're all for that.
It is like a big brain discussion on the topic of adaptations. Originally, as a joke, I wanted to use this topic of adaptations to talk about Ready Player One.
Ready Player One.
Because that is an example of both a book and a movie that I hate both, but I hate both for two different reasons.
Yeah, both have the same core problem of being basically de-diggling the book, the movie. Where it's like, here's a reference of your childhood if you grew up in the 80s.
I thought the movie was okay at best. At best, it's okay, but that's not really saying much.
Yeah, when you put it and say at best, that's is not a good sign.
It's like just want to make this joke. You make me angry, Steven. Why do you make me angry?
You went from Schindler's List to this.
You went from a movie that pretty much broke me emotionally because of Liam Neeson's performance to, oh, this is a thing that exists.
Broke me because you mishandled how the Iron Giant is used.
Ah, interesting. Well,
it's not supposed to be a weapon!
Funny enough, so the reason why it was Iron Giant was because they didn't have the rights for Ultraman.
Yeah, no Ultraman.
Like, it was supposed to be Ultraman and the RX-72. It's supposed to be fighting the big bad, but they couldn't get the Subaraya Industries wouldn't give them the rights.
Yeah, I wonder, because they don't want to be associated with crap.
Well, actually, so I learned recently, though, just a little quick thing. So the reason why they didn't allow, Subaraya would actually allow them to have Ultraman, but they were originally going through a weird lawsuit copyright thing with, I think, like the Philippines or another Asian country, island country, where basically they were like ripping off Ultraman, like pretty much ripping off Ultraman and like calling it Ultraman. And so Subaraya was kind of dealing with that at the moment, so they're like, we don't really have the patience to deal with any like of those kind of stuff at the moment. So with dealing with copyrights for and trademarks, so you're not getting Ultraman. To be fair though, it's probably best that they didn't use Ultraman.
Like,
probably should have used Mazinger.
At least one of my favorite, at least one half of my favorite things haven't been destroyed by a movie. The RX-72. Why?
Hey,
to be fair,
he should have gone with Burning Gundam, okay?
To be fair though, the whole RX-72 scene in the movie was actually pretty cool.
It was pretty cool, but it's in a movie adaptation of Ready Player One.
Yeah.
Well, that's just the problem in general.
Okay, so kind of to shift gears back into, away from the joke. One second. Came up.
It's fine. Servants in the chat apparently. For the books, which pope fits? Okay, jeez, which pope then? So are the Bene Jesuits gonna have a scandal, and there's gonna be a movie about it featuring Mark Ruffalo?
Well, Jessica having a son is a scandal because it leads. So, here's the funny thing about Dune the book. It's its own story. You can read it from beginning and middle, and then it has a full ending, and it ends. It essentially ends with Paul becoming Emperor of the Universe.
I didn't want to get too much spoilers.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not telling him how, but it leads into it leaves a huge but at the end that a future book. Then it had sequels, which are not as good. I have not even attempted to read them.
Dune Messiah is good. I will come to say that Dune Messiah is really good. Children of Doom is a mixed bag.
It basically, the rest of the series explores the implications of that ending.
It's the implication.
The implication.
I guess that's just...
So with the topic of adaptation I wanted to cover is Dune from the very moment it was written in 1965 to like 1965 from Hollywood had already bought the rights and wanted to make an adaptation. Now, this wouldn't seem like such an odd thing because at the time Hollywood's been kind of doing a lot of. But at the time around the 60s, Hollywood has been doing a lot of books to movies. not
it was
very,
their
it's
bread
not
and
very
butter.
new. Yeah. The problem is, however, is how do you translate a 700 odd page book into a 2-hour movie? And that was the question that kind of haunted Hollywood for not only Dune's existence, but for a lot of books. Hollywood has a what do you call it? An unwritten list called the unfilmables. Just quite a long list of books that by definition are impossible to make into film. Either because you cannot cut, you cannot shorten it in a manner to which all of the story can be intact, can be fully intact, or you risk trying to cut out content that is very risque to a wider audience that is important to the literary work, and so on and so forth.
Also, uncomfortable ideas. Again, there's some things at the ending heavily, not so much implies, kind of like basically saying, yeah, there's things that could make us go, eee!
The yellow claws are painted. That's interesting. The claws on Barbados are on a box is yellow, but I guess those are painted because they just come unpainted.
Well, you can either put stickers, or you can paint them.
Is there stickers for the fingers still? I don't think there's stickers for the fingers. So I guess I have to paint the fingers. Damn. Well.
So for about 1 second, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I guess I'm gonna have to. Learn how to paint Gundam. I'll probably have to talk to you.
So today, speaking of Gunpla, I should have my camera on, and for some reason it's a glare.
Hold on. Wait. Let me switch real quick. Okay, here we go. This is good enough. Let me focus on you. Oh, Grandpa Gundam.
Yes, I noticed that that you mentioned Target, and I thought, oh, I should check it out. And they only had a Grandpa Gundam one.
Funny enough, so I got this today. So I went to a bunch of different Targets. There's only one Target that was selling Gunpla, and that was the one closest to where I live.
Yeah, the only weird thing about Grandpa Gundam here is that there's a little bit of plastic on the antenna ends. Okay, then I'm snapping it off right now, but it gives a weird rabbit ear look.
Also, Barbados' head is kind of loose. It's a little too loose. Like it's solid on there. It is solid on there. Like I'm pushing it as much as possible. It's solid stuck there, but the connection is a little loose.
Shoot, I accidentally clipped a little bit too much on the on one end of the fin, so it's shorter. Whatever.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to learn how to paint I don't know. I'll tag Michael after this in Toys and Models and see what kind of tips on painting. Servant says the main issue of the books is the Bene Gesserit's. Yes, that's not how it's spelled. We're right about Paul.
That's not. That's there's other issues of the Bene Gesserit's thing. Okay, so to sort of get back into my point. So it's been like 65 between 1965 and sort of the first official made movie in 1984. It's been around half a decade with writers and directors coming in and out like a revolving door. First, industry veteran Arthur P. Jacobs wanted to try his hand at making an adaptation, making several drafts that tried to be as faithful as the source material as can. He, with the very restrictive Hollywood, setting, but he couldn't muster up the strength or the support to try to get it undertook, such a feat done. And so after that, a hot new up and coming director and a directing legend nowadays, local crazy man, Ridley Scott, tried his hands at making a Dune movie. And of course, history is not too kind to the attempters, and of course he wasn't as successful as trying to make a version of Dune. And now we get to one of the most famous examples of an attempt to make Dune that just died. Alejandro Jodorowsky, a Chilean Mexican filmmaker. He's very known. He's very bread and butter. Is films that are bizarre, strange, and are built on audiences' interpretation. And so, when asked what his next project after his very strange but ugly, beautiful movie, The Holy Mountain, Jodorowsky said, "Dune." So off he goes with with Michael. I forgot what his name is. He's a Frenchman. Michael. I'm just gonna call him Michael. So off he goes with his friend Michael, and he tries to put his team together, or as he liked to have called it, his spiritual warriors.
All right.
A group of people that he wants behind the camera and in front of the camera that will make his vision of Dune a perfect, literal perfection. So he kind of to go through it. And I don't want to completely focus on that, but kind of the highlight reels of all the people he got. He recruited famous French artist Jean Giraudoux, Mobius, as he's known, great comic book artist. Drew for heavy metal.
Heavy metal.
Yeah, metal magazine. Back when it was cool.
Oh. Okay.
He was on board the storyboards. He scoured through half of Paris to try to find a man that all he knows is his name is Mobius.
Okay.
His next find, after failing, at first he was told to go to Doug Turnbull, a great special effects artist who, most famous work was on 2001: A Space Odyssey. But Jodorowsky didn't like Turnbull because he thought he was just too stuffy. He went for the next best thing. After going to a sci-fi theater and watching a little known movie at the time called Dark Star. He decided to hire the effects artist of that movie, Dan O'Bannon.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. He didn't make didn't pen one of the most influential science fiction horrors of all time. Never heard of him.
What? Like what?
He's the scriptwriter for Alien.
Never heard of it.
Damn it, Nick.
It's a documentary.
So, it's a documentary on your life, Nick. No, so
why was I told about this?
He convinced Dan O'Bannon
because it's telling the truth about your race, and your parents tried to shield you from it.
I told you about it once, Nick. It's like the guy got flushed out of the airlock, and it's about why you need to pay attention to your surroundings. You don't go to sleep when a half-naked lady could flush you out of an airlock.
So, Jodorowsky convinced Dan O'Bannon to be a part of the film, and after telling him give me the chicken. I'm sorry. And so he convinced Dan O'Bannon to be part of the film by whipping out a special brand of marijuana and telling him, ingest this. He did. Whereupon, after this colorful barrage, this wonderful barrage of colors and textures, Jodorowsky tells him, "I want you to design that for my film." And he's like,
"What the hell did I just ingest?"
He's like,
"That, my friend, is the spice melange."
Quickly going through this, his next find, who he wanted to play as the Emperor was a little painter. You might not know him, Salvador Dali.
What? Wait, really? Salvador Dali?
Yes.
And just to sell it on the internet. Pretend it's just a big bully, Minnesota. You have to ignore his type and go on with your life.
So Salvador...
What happened?
You okay, Najano? Who are you talking to?
Oh, myself.
So Salvador Dali was going to be the Emperor?
Yes. Salvador... Okay, so Dali would only agree to the film if he was the highest paying actor, not only on the film itself, but of Hollywood itself at the time. He requested to be paid. I think it was $500,000 a minute.
Oh my god!
And he wasn't doing it for the money. He was just doing it because anyone who knows Salvador Dali for long enough, he's the world's biggest troll.
what's with these avant-garde artists going? Pay me this much, Mr. Dali. That's way too much fucking money right there. We'll be paying you twice our movie budget.
And Jodorowsky is like, yeah, I like he always knew that Salvador Dali was going to intentionally try to destroy his production, and he was ready for the challenge because he wanted to get Salvador Dali as the emperor. And of course, Paul was going to be portrayed by Jodorowsky's own son, Byerson, who was an actor. Like he was 9 when he first appeared in Jodorowsky's most more high studio first studio film, El Topo.
Okay.
So it's like, and so he had his child train with a mixed martial, like a very early mixed martial artist, in order to hone the skills and ability that Paul would have had. Paul had in the book. Imagine telling your 13-year-old son, yeah, you're gonna be in my movie, but I'm also gonna make you sweat for it.
Dad, I'm tired. Can I go home now? No! You stay here and you make movie! Dad, why are you talking with a nation accent all of a sudden? You stay here, make movie! Make me proud! I'm scared.
Don't be like angry and make too many white people movie.
Dad, we're not even Asian. You hurt me, you stay here!
So here's a bit of sadness. I have to get a new kit. Because I snapped too much of the fin, the top fin part. So, and guess what? I looked at the book.
Yeah.
They intentionally had that as part of the door. Luckily, it's just only $12. Another $12. So,
well,
it's not that bad.
Wasn't there a site Micah posted?
So what I have here is just a standard GM with a rocket launcher.
Hold on, let me. Oh, you don't have your cam on. I thought I was gonna have to switch.
No, my internet's crapping out.
No, but I remember Micah posted like a link to a store where you could like buy spare runners. So you could get a new V-fin.
High grade. It's a high grade. It's gonna kill me on shipping. I might as well just go get a new.
So what are you gonna do with the? So you're just gonna have to scrap the kit that you currently have.
I'll figure out something.
Okay.
It can be used for parts or something.
You can make it a. If you could learn how to, because I'm probably gonna have to learn to paint. But if we could learn to paint, and then you can make like a war damaged version. Like give it like some weathering effects and like damage stuff. You know,
actually, like... I'm like what was not the RX-79, but I remember like in the original show, right? They had a scene where they show, oh, here are the new Gundam models of ground soldiers.
Yeah.
The GM.
The GM.
The mass-produced ones that was based on the RX-78.
Yeah, the GM.
Those are the GMs.
Yeah.
So you're gonna turn into a GM?
Yeah, let me just.
That would be really cool.
Anyways, you were talking about Dune, not.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so I'm trying to barrel through this quickly because I need to get to the '84 movie. But it's just I kind of like talking about Jodorowsky's Dune. Okay. So of course one of the actors he most wanted was his idol, not just in acting, but in directing. You guys, you and Nick know him well. The voice of Unicron himself, Orson Welles.
What? Orson Welles? Did he convince Orson Welles to play in his movie by treating him to an expensive ass lunch?
Better is like if Orson Welles would have played Baron Harkonnen, he promised him that he will hire the chef of a French restaurant that he loves on set to cook him meals whenever he pleases. And Orson Welles said yes.
That's amazing. That's like my favorite fact I've learned from you, not about Orson Welles, that you could. One of the best ways to convince him to do something for you is just, I'll buy you lunch. Not into it. It's an expensive lunch from the restaurant you like. I'll consider it. Well, I'll pay for it. You got yourself a deal, son. I'm just imagining now how they're able to convince Orson Welles to play Unicron.
We want you to be in our movie. It's called Transformers. I won't do it. You get to be a giant planet that eats other planets. You son of a bitch, I'm in.
And so for music, he wanted both Pink Floyd and the band Magma to play because he was gonna have a motif where the Atreides and the Barons were gonna be played by two different bands. In the Harkonnens. Yeah. So it's like he went up to Pink Floyd while they were eating, McDonald's after a recording session at Abbey Road. And he was like, "Oh, hi." He's like, "Oh," he went up to him. He's like, "Hi," and then they're all like, "Oh, hi," just minding their own business, eating. And it's like. And then he just started insulting them because he thought they were rude.
Just, hi. Oh, fuck you. Oh, buddy, what the hell? We're trying to eat our lunch here, man. Fuck you even more.
He's like, you're sitting there eating your Big Macs when you could say yes and be part of the most important film that will ever be made. Just of course it I also do like the story of how he managed to wrangle, of course, the star of this, I think arguably the star of his Dune movie, H.R. Geiger.
H.R. Geiger himself.
He.
Oh shit! I slipped out.
He went up to H.R. Geiger, and he's like, I want you to make the designs for many of the environments and the sets that we're going to build. And he's like, what? And like, okay, what? Of course, he said in a very Polish accent because he's Polish. What are you gonna?
Did he ask HR Trigger to be less phallic than usual?
That's an impossible request.
The man can
like HR
Nicholas.
Not HR Giger. He has nightmares.
Yes. HR Giger. Like HR Giger asks him, okay, it's like, why should I work for you? And it's like, well, come with me. He showed him both El Topo and the Holy Mountain. HR Geiger was so blown away by how strange and beautiful the films were. He was like, when can I start? And so he made, so finally with his team of his spiritual warriors by his side, he like marched down to Hollywood to give them his phone book thick script. Phil, like, filled with things that are filled with things that you cannot believe in. And so it's like with Hollywood, it's like, well, it's like, okay, we can't make this. It's very expensive, and this script, like, you want the movie to be 12 hours long.
Oh God, that's a 12-hour long script. Jesus.
It was like, oh. And so, at that point, it was kind of the end for Jodorowsky. Like, his vision was trampled before he got the money. And so, Dino De Laurentiis, very famous Hollywood producer. Very famous Hollywood producer.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
I'm sorry. Yeah, very famous Hollywood producer. Bought the rights to the script and changed a lot of things about it. And this is where we then step into the 1984 version of the film that we know, and I'll get into why we don't like it. Why I don't like it.
Okay.
So Dino De Laurentiis, he changes up the script with his producer buddies, and it's like, okay, now we need to find a director. Like, who's the hot new director who will help us make this story about, about giant sandworms and witches. I know. Well, I know. we'll get an Oscar-nominated director. Who's the nearest Oscar-nominated director that we can find?
Who can I get?
David Lynch.
David Lynch. No, don't look away. Let the fear wash over you. Also, did you leave out a glass?
A plate of black coffee out for me?
No.
In the future, be sure to leave a plate of black coffee out for me. Also in the past.
So, So it's like, okay, David Lynch, kind of very bizarre choice. Both at the time and in hindsight. Which kind of enforces this idea I've always had about Hollywood, and even now with companies like Disney, where most, like, when it comes to a particular project that they do not know what to do with, they don't have a clear vision to it. Thank you. What happened? Oh, I heard you go. So, they usually pick out directors and writers who don't really fit the source material, as they are just people who are award winning and very, they're very well known because they're nominated for an award or they have won one. David Lynch was here's a phrase that no one thought anyone would say in a million years. David Lynch became a Main Street director. Because this was around 1980. He released his second ever feature, The Elephant Man. The tragic true story of the man born with face deformities. And a lot of other deformities, but life was a living hell for the man. Let's just say. And that movie, second ever feature, he was nominated for Best Director, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Best Sound Design, Best Cinematography, and above all else, he was nominated for Best Picture. Quite a feat for your second ever picture. And so, what's kind of actually funny was the fact that critics at the time kind of criticized the Oscars because they didn't make special mention of the makeup effects done on the movie. So that's what The Elephant Man is what spurned the Oscars to make the Makeup and Hair Award. So it's like an award that was prestigious. Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying?
Me? Oh no, I was just talking to myself while building the kit. I'll continue.
Award prestigiously once held by Suicide Squad. Never. But without joking, he's like, well, yeah, because like after the Elephant Man, it's like David Lynch kind of just became a very big name in Hollywood because a lot of people wanted him to make their movies, including one of my favorite stories ever. George Lucas tried to convince him to do Return of the Jedi.
Interesting.
Well, of course, history knows he didn't accept the job, but never say that old Georgie was a safe player. But it's like, that also what held his attention when it came to Dino De Laurentiis. It was like, oh, you come over here, you make Dune movie. And he's like, okay, yeah, sure.
David, you're going to make a Dune movie.
Sorry.
Okay. What is a Dune movie? I don't know.
Right.
I'll figure it out.
I do the Dune movie. Okay. I was like, okay, I'm doing the Dune movie. Okay, so here's kind of to branch back to our previous conversation with the whole thing about fans and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
David Lynch wasn't a fan of Dune. Like, in fact, he never read the book before. So between shooting scenes and when he was at home, he spent a lot of time just reading through the book, trying to translate that to screen.
Nobody's gonna call me a fake fan.
I'll show them all.
Of course, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna make another joke. He just goes up to all the people who doubted him. Hey, I want you to take a look at this. What is it? Just look in it. It's a box. Okay, what's in the box? Look. Oh God, that's a thumb.
Don't look away. Let the fear wash over you.
Why would you do this?
I don't understand. That's the point. Also, did you leave a plate of black coffee out for me? In the future, remember to leave a plate of black coffee out for me. Also in the past.
So, of course, the finished product. As I will state my biases here now. I am a big fan of Lynch's work. I love him as a filmmaker. Lynch is not one of his great films. Well, Dune is not one of his great films. I mean. I think one of the most interesting things about Dune is oddly enough just kind of watching through the movie and spying whether or not it was a problem from whether or not one thing was a problem from Lynch trying his best and failing to adapt a part of the book into his own style, or just the producers whispering in his ear to make it more into Star Wars. Because after a while, like Hollywood is just like, oh, the science fiction, it's in space, gotta be Star Wars.
especially it's kind of an interesting, annoying trend, especially also nowadays. How like all of these science fiction properties are just like they're like, okay, you're in charge of this science fiction property. Okay, what do I do with it? I don't know. Make it into Star Wars or something. Okay.
Of course, it's like. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, that's how we got like the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies. Like, they just make it. I don't know. Make a Star Wars, J.J. Okay, I'll make a Star Wars then.
Like, the thing about it is, like, Dune was kind of one of the, like, I'm just gonna come on and say it. Dune is one of the most inspirational stories ever. It has inspired a lot of stories that you consume.
It's
and most people don't know that.
Yeah, well,
Matchstick's favorite franchise wouldn't be here without Dune.
Yeah, well,
Star Wars
also,
wouldn't be here.
At least Tatooine.
I bet Gundam wouldn't exist without Dune.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, like a lot of elements of Dune is in every sci-fi.
You know who would survive without Doom? Bionicle.
I'm pretty sure Bionicle was inspired by Dune.
Nope, no evidence for that. Nope, no evidence for that. You're wrong.
Look at Turaga Anawa. He's so hopped up on spice. He's practically
That's clearly something we came up with. That's clearly something me and Shangus came up with, not. You think Lego would get away with that?
Yeah, they wouldn't.
Lego. Turaga Anawa is he partaked of the waters of life, and he became the Kwisatz Haderach.
Yep, and yeah, but like seriously, like Dune is also like a textbook example of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey.
It's kind of interesting how to kind of go into a bit of the philosophy. Kind of interesting how Frank Herbert both uses Joseph Campbell's structure for Dune, and also I guess like deconstruction is such an overused word nowadays, but it's just Dune Messiah is kind of an example of after Dune, he kind of examines the hero's journey and kind of goes, well, Paul's journey has led up to this. Is it worth it? Like, can we answer that question?
Yeah, it led up to a future where. Mind if we just spoil it? Not.
Oh, all right. If you.
Okay.
I want to wait. I just want to say this. Really quick. If you want to go out and read Dune right now, you have my full recommendation. It's one of my favorite books of all time. I highly recommend it. Now let's get into spoilers. Paul meets the Fremen.
And
the Fremen
are Tusken Raiders, but they're and essentially they have property of this Messiah figure that would allow them to basically free themselves from like a oppression of like other of the Empire. And
the Empire of the Guild of the Bene Jesuits.
Yeah, and what happened is that he used that he used those freemen to ride the sandworms into the city and not only retake Arrakis, but also because the Emperor was there visiting, he takes over. He becomes Emperor of the universe, and now the Fremen who are used to living on Arrakis, used to living on a desert, relying on still suits, which recycles every liquid in your body for water to survive, and now all of a sudden they're the top dogs, and Paul has a vision, them being barbarians. Basically, think of the barbarian invasions, but in space.
Paul has a vision that the Fremens, because the reason why he stuck with the Fremens, not only because it aligned with the visions that he'd gotten before on Kandor, but because without a leader, the Fremens would just go on a jihad.
Oh.
And until he realized, wait a minute, this death and destruction that I sense, I'm the one who causes this. The Fremens now have the opportunity to travel. Have the opportunity to travel distant lands that they haven't done before. And because I am a messianic figure to their eyes, I am a great leader, they will commit a jihad in my name. And that's kind of...
You okay?
For the Emperor!
For the Emperor!
For the Emperor!
So, another 40k helmet.
But do the Fremens go around doing exterminatus?
They are going on a holy war. They're basically the Black Templars.
Yeah. It's like now that they have access to space flight, they go on holy wars for their leader Muad'Dib, which is Paul's Fremen name.
Yep, and but it's nothing. It's not all that bad for Paul. He has a Fremen wife, concubine technically, and he has an official wife in form of the Emperor's daughter.
Okay.
Elion. With that said, the Dune movie is bad. It is. So, the Dune movie is bad because of kind of so many of the things that it tries to do and ends up failing. So, usually when it comes to adapting a book, you have to figure a way to adapt the exposition and inner monologue in such a way where it sounds natural on screen. With a movie like what's a great movie I think with Jaws, it spends most of it spends less time with what the book did. They just painfully described every encounter with what the shark did. Stephen wanted a mechanical shark. That wasn't happening, so he improvised and had the entire the entire shark's movement through POV. something that was kind of revolutionary at the time, because your big the idea of looking through the world through your big bad eyes. It was crazy. Yeah. And of course, there's another way to do expository dialogue, with such as Die Hard. Yes, Die Hard was adapted from the book.
I don't believe you.
Like all of John McClane's expository dialogue in the book was transformed into the things he says to Hans Zimmer or Carl.
Okay, that's cool.
And so now runs into the problem with how Dune uses all of its expository dialogue and and explanations, because Dune is a very long book, largely because it's an epic in print form, but also because it's a very dry read. Admittedly, most of the book doesn't have like thrilling fight scenes or anything like that. It's more or less just spending time to talk to you about the inner machinations of both the politics of this galaxy and Paul's journey to try to understand everything. And so it's like a lot of text. It's just explaining why this is a thing. It's explaining why that is a thing. And so I don't know whether it was the producers, Lynch, but every character in the Dune movie, their monologue is literally just a disembodied voice of them talking without their lips moving. Throughout the entire movie, you're hearing someone explain something to you, and they're just kind of really doing something in the background, or they're staring at something.
Hey, but by the way, sorry for interrupting. I figured out a way how to do the next model kit.
Oh. What's your solution?
I'm gonna show you.
Oh, give me a minute to switch in. Hold on.
Yeah, let me just exit that out.
Alright, let's see what you got. Okay.
This is the final shot of the RX-78.
Ah. So
That's...
you're gonna display it in its final moments.
Yeah.
It's the final shooting. I like it.
Okay.
I would still have like the head, and I'm just gonna get a new Gunpla.
Okay.
What? What was it? Okay. So yeah, imagine an entire film just the fact of expository dialogue being said by a character who is on screen, but he is not speaking. So it's like, so what? It's like at points I'm like, what the hell is going on? And you know what's like? I think one of the saddest thing about it is Dune was a fairly big movie for its time. If you see its cast list right now, you'd be surprised with how many big names it has as its characters. With the characters, rightfully so.
Wasn't
You had
Patrick Stewart in the movie?
Yes, Patrick Stewart plays one of Paul's teachers, Gurney Halleck.
0 out of 10, not Avery Bullock.
Although, to be honest, I kind of wouldn't have picked Patrick. The thing about Dune is that Frank Herbert really doesn't really give you extensive characteristics as to what the characters are. So you can kind of just, in your mind's eye, with what little he provides, you can kind of make a character design out of anything. I've always not imagined Gurney being as old as Patrick Stewart. I mean, Patrick Stewart was like 40 when he was playing Gurney, which to Patrick Stewart, he always looked 8. So it's like I would have gotten someone who's who's just as experienced as Patrick, but looks a bit young.
Okay.
You got Jose Ferreira to play Duncan, Idaho. You got what do you call it? Jorgen. Sorry, a lot of European names. Jorgen Prochnow to play Duke Leto. And Virginia Madsen to play the princess.
Huh.
Yeah. And Kyle MacLachlan was Paul in one of his first film roles. Kyle MacLachlan is a very long time contributor in a lot of David Lynch works. He was the main lead in David Lynch's next film, Blue Velvet, and of course the main lead in Twin Peaks.
Oh.
So this was sort of like the start.
Don't you look at me! Don't you look at me! Baby wants to fuck!
Blue Velvet's something else.
Just fucking Dennis Hopper, man.
Dennis Hopper's great. May he rest in peace. What do you call it? What were you gonna say?
I just want to say real quick, doing this kit, unlike Wing Zero, I can see why Jobby hates stickers. I gotta learn how to. I'm gonna ask Micah how to paint soon, because these stickers.
Getting them ghosts.
I want to have this 2 cents. You said that, we're just gonna do 2 cents and then just do another Gundam building stream. This is really just the Gundam building stream.
Well, it kind of.
My God, I completely forgot we're still doing 2 cents.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think might as well just say 2 cents Gunpla.
I'll figure it out. Well, I still do have like a Gunpla stream back scheduled for like sometime next week, but I could just make that rescheduled for tonight once we're done with the 2 cents. But
so it's like really big A-lister. Max von Sydow, Patrick Stewart.
I'll be right back. I'm just go. I'm gonna go grab a drink.
And it's like the performances. It's also.
And I have to go to bed. Unfortunately, I'm at my limit.
Oh, okay.
All right. Have a good night.
See ya.
All right, have a good night, Najano.
I kind of want to wait to say this one actor's name when Nick is here, because I want both of us to make the joke.
Okay. That's great to hear.
Brad. Oh yeah, I forgot. Brad Dourif plays Baron Harkonnen's Mentat assassin, Pieter.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the voice of Chucky.
Oh, Chucky.
As a creepy, big-brained assassin. Because those are what mentats are in this universe. They're the big brain. Yeah. If Reddit was a thing, was still around at that time.
Are they gonna buy a bunch of equivalent to GameStop stock?
I wouldn't put it past them. They're supposed to think like computers. Their minds are supposed to go, lightning fast. So of course they'll start GameStop stocks.
Just imagine, sell the stocks, sell them all. We gotta crash the big companies. Why are we talking like Lord Guru all of a sudden?
I believe that's Super Kami Guru.
Super Kami Guru is secretly Baron Harkonnen. Prepare us all. I've seen a bird today.
It was pretty.
It's like, sir, should we do something about the Atreides? No. I'm eating. So it's like you have all of these A-list actors, and the acting in Dune is really great. Like everyone gives their A game for a lot of the film. It's just the film itself is like it's torn between David Lynch, obviously being David Lynch, because an artist is an artist. They can only ever be themselves, and like some weird facsimile to Star Wars, where I'm going to describe to you a change from the book to the movie. So in Dune, there are these things called personal shields. Okay. They're royal families who keep it on their bodies, and it's a very unnoticeable electric force field around the user that does not that is not visible to the naked eye unless you really focus it on it. And so.
Hello again, Nicholas.
Paul.
Yep.
Oh, Nicholas.
Hello.
I want to say this
Nicholas.
Oh, by the way, now you can now tell Nicholas the thing you were gonna.
Okay, so like one of the actors playing the Baron's cousin is Sting, and don't worry about that, guys. Because you can you can understand more than the last 3 words that he says.
Boo! And the same as I'm on there. No, brand new day. Him no come on there. Him no come on there. Harmony in the cold.
You know what's funny is I have a in real life. I guess I had an in real life friend, past tense now, because he moved to Denver for some reason. But he used to be a huge Sting fan, so like I just like to imagine like the miracle chance he somehow stumbles upon is just like, I don't like these guys, Changus. They're making fun of Sting. It's not my fault that you can only make out the last 3 words.
Someone knew the day to do the brand new day.
I was so excited when Sting came on because I was like, when he comes onto the scene, he's shirtless. He's just walking in there. And he looks like a much more buff version of Ruckert Howard.
You know what we should do? If you guys are available tomorrow, we should totally watch Dune.
Okay, so I don't mind that, but I also have some other suggestions.
Okay.
So, Chingus, do you know about the Persian SpongeBob bootleg movie?
No.
It's SpongeBob in Tehran, which I'm pretty sure translates to SpongeBob in Iran.
No, Tehran is an actual place.
So SpongeBob in Tehran. For some reason it's CGI, but like it's like 2000s video game quality CGI.
Oh.
Like they look like they were ripped out of a SpongeBob video game.
Oh, that sounds beautiful.
And you can only understand what's going on through subtitles. And even then, I don't know about that.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Let me get through this, because So it's like with the personal shield, like it's very invisible. You cannot see it. Guess what the special effects did to try to interpret this.
Do tell.
They made very giant, transparent blocks around the characters, so they look like they're from fucking Roblox.
Alright, activate your shield. This is less conspicuous than I thought.
Since we did get to the ending of the book, let me at least just get through the ending of the movie. So instead of becoming emperor, and instead of the whole, oh, I'm emperor now, and now people will, now these native people, they will commit jihad in my name. They will because they believe I'm a god. Paul, come on. Paul makes rain happen on Arrakis for the very first time, like it's the ending to Hole.
So So he really does become just a Jesus figure.
It's like, yeah, it's like, oh, man, he made the rain happen. He is God. And that's one of the problems of both. Sorry. That's one of the biggest problems of both Lynch's Dune and Jodorowsky's Dune. Is they portray Paul like he is this real life messianic figure, like he is Jesus incarnate.
Which in the book he really should not be.
Exactly. A lot of the prophecies and all that, it's more or less just political machinations and a social engineering made by the Bene Gesserit.
Because they're space witch.
Yes, because the Bene Gesserits created the whole Fremen religion in order to one day use them for their own political needs. And the whole reason as to why the Reverend Mother was mad at Jessica for bearing a son, because they wanted to use the daughter that Jessica would have produced to marry a Harkonnen and produce a son that will be their Kirzak Haderach, a political figure that they can puppet around. And so the whole kind of point of Dune is that Frank Herbert wanted to create a story about how when it comes to leaders, we need to leaders must be always treated with a doubt. Like, we should never treat them like they are gods, because eventually when it comes to the time to believe that, when it comes to the belief that when they themselves believe they are gods and they royally mess up, they mess up in the biggest way possible.
Okay, hold on. I need to mention this. Jurassic Park 3 just turned 20.
Wow. 20?
20.
Nicholas, why do you gotta make me feel old?
I was about to say, do you feel your life being just sucked out of you?
I feel old now.
No, it's not old enough to drink yet. So.
Wow, 20. Fuck.
You know what movie is old enough to drink? Iron Giant.
What? Yeah.
Oh, fuck! I still left the DVDs in my car.
Oh shit! Gotta go get them.
I left them in my car in the sweltering hot garage.
I think the DVDs will be fine. They're still in a plastic bag, right?
They should be.
Are they anywhere near the glass? Like, are they like anywhere near where it would be essentially a fucking magnifying glass?
They're in a compartment on the side of the door, but the glass doesn't, it's directly underneath the glass. So, and there's like a little, there's like a bump for like to rest your arms. So
I'm pretty sure they're fine.
Okay, because funny enough, I left the Iron Giant DVD and the 3-film Lord of the Ring collection DVD as well in my car. So tomorrow morning.
Go on a tangent.
So tomorrow morning.
Oh no, go ahead.
Fun fact: out of the original Lord of the Rings trilogy, I've only seen the first one completely.
Oh my god. Oh, we.
Yeah.
We gotta change that.
Yeah.
Oh, we got shit. Yeah. After this, screw the Gunpla stream. I'm just gonna build it off. But
We're just gonna watch Lord of the Rings.
Fuck it, you let's just stay up all night and watch at least 2 towers. At least 2.
Okay.
At least 2 towers. They are the theatrical versions, so but.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Because I want to see the special edition version.
Well, but the thing is to.
Well, if we see the special edition version, the special edition version of Two Towers Dick is 4 hours.
Do you really want to stay up that long, Nick?
I want you to say yes because I'm very proud of you.
Jesus Christ!
like Nick,
4 fucking hours!
Like Nicholas, I don't think you understand that the special edition for Lord of the Rings, like each one is like.
How long was it? Hold on, how long was the special edition for? Fuck, was it?
Fellowship of the Ring?
Yes,
Fellowship?
thank you, Fellowship of the Ring. Wait.
Fellowship of the Ring is almost 3 hours.
Wait, I think I did see 2 towers.
Wait. Okay. Which movie, Lord of the Rings movie, did you watch?
I think I did see 2 towers. So I know I definitely saw Fellowship.
Okay.
But now I'm thinking, I think I did see 2 towers.
Do you remember the big final battle in 2 Towers with the
Helm's Deep?
Yeah, Helm's Deep. Do you remember watching that?
I think so.
You know what? We're still watching it anyways. we're gonna watch after. So I think. Unless you got more to say, not.
I'm just gonna wrap this up really quickly because, so it's like Paul is not a messianic figure. Like he's described to be like the Kirzak Heterak can be anyone. In fact, when the fact that the waters of life being poisonous to males is something that's only ever claimed. It's never demonstrated. So it creates this idea that creates this false prophecy, which is kind of funny that Dune was what inspired Star Wars, considering the whole story of that is surrounded with a prophecy.
The prequels, at least.
Yeah. It's like the prophecy is fabricated, and there's evidence of it being fabricated. And so it's like the thing that because in Jodorowsky's Doom, the way Paul was going to be born was that Leto he would have been castrated.
Huh.
And so the only way for a birth is like Lady Jessica loved him so much that she had magical powers where she can turn his blood into semen.
Okay. One way, I guess.
And so it's described that Paul is so special because he was a child that was not born out of pleasurable love, but spiritual love, making him this very much of a Jesus figure.
Jesus turned water into wine. Well, Jesus couldn't do what she did. She turned blood into God.
Well, let me know that Jesus turned water into funk.
That
is true.
That is true.
My grandfather is a pastor, and he absolutely loves that clip. And he doesn't really like Family Guy.
It turned water into fog.
He did grow up in the 70s, so. No, wait, that's my dad who grew up in the 70s.
I'm sorry. So it's like the problem. I think it's like one of the biggest problems with a Dune adaptation is just that people kind of misinterpret the source material a lot. Like, you know, it's like Paul. He's not a messiah. He's not even the hero of the story.
Huh.
And it's something I kind of hope would change, because today, this year marks the 37th anniversary of the original Dune movie. What do you call it? Shout Factory is going to be releasing a Blu-ray reissue with a lot more special features than the original Blu-ray. So, and it is to celebrate, another version of. It is to celebrate because this year we are getting another version of Dune. Directed by Denis Villeneuve.
So, I guess to wrap up a very long, the longest 2 cents we've had so far. To wrap it up, I guess final question I would have is, what hopes do you have for the new Dune movie?
My God, I didn't even realize Najado left.
You didn't realize Najado left?
Nick was like, "There's a disturbance." It was like, I sense disturbance.
Nicholas, well, yeah, come on, let's wrap this up. Come on, wrap this up. I'm sure Najado needs to go to sleep. Isn't that right, Najado? Najado?
Najado?
Guys! Oh my God! We're on a Tuesday! I forgot this is a 2 cent stream!
Ladies and gentlemen who are still here, Zeno Nick has officially lost his mind.
Oh my God, Shankus, when did you get here?
Zeno Nick, I'm the one who's running the stream.
Oh my God! You can talk!
To wrap this up quickly, my hopes for the new Dune movie is that even with Denis kind of very much it's saying that he is a fan of the original novel, and that it was always his dream to direct a Dune movie, but he never felt he was confident enough to do it. And then after making Arrival and Blade Runner 2049, 2 great movies, he felt the confidence that, yeah, maybe I can do this. So,
he did Arrival. Okay.
Nice. Also did Sicario.
Oh. Okay. Well, he's got a nice track record there. So maybe he can do a Dune movie.
It's like I think it's like, and Nick can kind of agree with me on this. I think what kind of gives me hope that his Dune movie will be great is just how enthusiastic he is about it. Kind of like with Matt Reeves with both Dawn and War.
Yeah.
War of the Planet Thieves.
So, you could say he is a fan of Dune, so therefore there is high hopes for this movie. But
I do not. Well, the thing is, I don't have high hopes. I was just gonna say, I don't have high hopes for the movie because he is a fan. I have high hopes for it because it really feels like it doesn't feel like this is a movie that, it's the opposite of a Ryan Johnson. It does not feel like a movie he wants to make in order to make his name more valuable. It's a movie he wanted to make because it was a dream that he always wanted to achieve.
It's a passion project.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to know an example of what at least a decent movie that's made by someone who's not a fan of something?
Do tell.
The 2007 Transformers movie. Because at least it's competently made, and there is
for the most part
passion there.
A little misplaced passion, but and competently made to an extent. But
you don't hate yourself after watching it.
Yeah.
Can't say the same for the others, especially the last one.
I am directly below the enemy scrotum.
I'm directly below the enemy scrotum.
The enemy. So, I would have to say that'd be my answer to you, Chance. Not that he is a fan, but you can sense that passion in his work, in his voice.
All right. Passion is always a good thing. So, now that we've chased away every single viewer for going on too long and going on so many tangents about the wonders of the production behind the Dune movies and all that, we can now officially wrap up the 2 cents stream. Not gonna do a Gunpla building stream, just gonna finish this off screen, but so after this, Nick, let me go to my car, and we can watch Two Towers. I also gotta get my Iron Giant DVD. That's a classic right there. Alright, so here, let me just deafen you guys because this is how I do this. So, pretty much that's it for Dune. That's it for the 2 cent stream. Oh boy. Yeah. I should have mentioned this in the beginning, but I do plan on essentially the stream's going to be unlisted and then re-uploaded as a VOD on the channel, because I'm testing the algorithm. So 2 cent stream. That's it. See you next week. Thanks for stopping by. And remember, if you want more content like this, make sure to like and subscribe to this channel. And don't forget to check out the second channel, where late night streams and other stuff not related to 2